good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Platalobe.
Two, check. Hello. Hello, two. You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hello there.
Hello, Ainsley. Thanks for the 8 months of Tier 1. Thank you. And thank you also to Liar Judas 666 for the 3 months of Tier 1. Thank you to Liar Judas. I do have my eyes on you, though. There's sometimes talk of coups and new Robs and this kind of thing, and I think Liar Judas is someone you gotta watch out for in those moments. Hello, Molly. What's up? Paid insurgent intern, stopping by for the first Rob stream. Molly, I hope you weren't too off-put by the fact that the stream traditionally starts with a creepy, vacant stare on my part. And I liked it. Okay, good. Excellent. Well, I'm glad you're here. This is where I take all the takes that I'm worried are going to destroy Jordan's career. So I do all those takes here. So Jordan doesn't get roped into my dark web of conspiracy theories and support for authoritarianism. So I keep all those takes over here, and then I put on my nice little respectable pundit hat when I do the podcast. Sometimes I do say some of that stuff in the podcast. I just give a little taste. Of that kind of stuff. The more subversive comments. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
T-2 months to PISS badge.
Metal dipshit. Thank you very much for the 22 months resub at Tier 3, Metal dipshit. Thank you, and for all the support. And yeah, 2 months away from the highly elite, highly exclusive 24-month TRRS sub badge. And that's the only thing that it's known as. And it's got no other names. It's elite, exclusive, it's golden. We love it. So Molly and any other fans of the Insurgents podcast, we may be doing a live podcast recording this very evening on this very stream. Because just in a time issue, we're supposed to be recording the podcast at 7. I may end the stream prior to that and just do the podcast after. But we may do. I'm going to have to kind of like play it by ear. Kind of like a fuck it, we'll do it live type situation. We may do a live podcast recording later, though. We'll see. We will see. We'll see how it goes. What do you think about this? Huh? What do you think about this? I'd like to see you record the podcast while we spam you with notifications. Well, I mute the notifications during the podcast. Metal dipshit. I need to try that. I want to try one so bad. This flavor is honestly just like mind-blowing. Even though the Rain Total Body Fuel Corporation, I was forsaken by them, much as Christ was forsaken by his Father, God, and Judas as well. There is a number of forsakers, I believe, in that story. Not really well versed in the biblical matters, frankly. I only have a rudimentary knowledge of it, honestly, but I believe it was something like that. So even though I was forsaken, though, by the Rain Total Body Fuel Corporation, I'll still keep drinking that garbage. I'll still keep drinking that garbage. Rob of Nazareth. Not a cult. It's not a cult. Chin chin, everybody. Let's get this party started. Ribs back on the juice. That's right. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna compare myself to Jesus Christ, okay? Obviously. But I mean, not that I would ever do that, but I mean, I do come on here every day, taking time out of my day to bring you, content. And what was Jesus but someone that was trying to bring content to people? Right? Do I ask for thanks? Do I ask for monetary compensation for this? Okay, yes. Yes, I do. That's true. But I do selflessly show up here bringing content to the masses every day. And what do I get in return? Besides the monetary compensation? Insults? I have people calling me all kinds of different names. Rib, rub, flub. Pouncing on every single time that I say one small thing incorrectly, one syllable in like 3-4 hours of doing live commentary every day. I maybe one syllable I mess up every now and then, and I got to hear about it for months or sometimes years. So again, I'm not saying that I'm like Jesus Christ, but I mean, just objectively, there are similarities. Okay? We don't need to get into...
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Molly. Thank you for the Prime sub. I'm glad you could stop by for a Rob stream. You're quite clearly drawing that comparison. I don't know. No, I'm just like, I mean, if I can just describe those two things and then others want to make the comparison, well, I'm not going to stop them. But, that's all. That's all. We both tried to bring people important information, help people live their lives, help people find community. And for that, we were tormented, attacked. So some of us may be attacked with more physical violence than others. We don't need to get into who's more influential and who has suffered more, any of this stuff. I mean, it's not a contest. It's not a contest. I'm not calling myself Jesus. It's my cult followers are doing that. Not that it is a cult. But if it were, yeah, I mean... I mean, what? In the Bible, Jesus disappears for years. He comes back, he's 33, he's around for a couple months, and then he dips. Right? I've been in here 3 years in the trenches. Okay, I don't have the luxury of just disappearing from the Bible for like my whole adult life and then just showing up later, getting all the credit. I'm here in the trenches day in, day out for years here. Most people are rejecting my message. That's true. Most people do reject my message. Also similarly. Metal Dipshit will say it. Rob is more oppressed than Jesus ever was. I mean, again, I'm not going to tell people what they can say in the chat. That would be rude, and it would be not respectful of the sort of principle of free speech that we have here in this community. Did Jesus ever have a rain deal ripped from him? He could turn water into wine, right? I got to go ahead and purchase this product that at one point was free. The Rain Total Body Fuel Corporation was sending me cases of this shit. Now I got to go buy it like a schmuck. But not rain. No, he could not turn water into rain. The only one that has that ability is the Rain Total Body Fuel Corporation. And the amazing thing is that 0 calories, folks. We got 180 milligrams of naturally sourced caffeine there, packed full of flavor. This rainbow sherbet flavor, it's really fantastic. No sugar in there. 10 calories, okay? 10 calories. We'll throw in the copy pasta. One more time for old time's sake. How many microplastics? Probably a lot. Probably a lot if we're being honest with ourselves here. Oh man, Dr. Awesome, you're so close to the 24-month badge. 23 months from Dr. Awesome. Oh my. Amazing Bird Show, also close. Stick, also 1 month away. Amazing Bird Show, 2 months away. We got a couple community members very close. Very, very close to the 24-month golden sub badge. That's exciting. The golden badge of excellence. Thank you. I like that. I like that a lot.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Excuse me. Cinnamon Challenge, thank you very, very much for the 27 months. Resub at tier 3. Thank you, Cinnamon Challenge. One of the highly valued elite community members. Badge of the Golden Dawn. That's nice. That's got a nice ring to it. I like that. How was your day today, everyone? It's Friday. It's Friday night. We in the spot. I've just been hanging out with my son all day. He was off school. He's off school for the next week. I mentioned next week we're going to be doing some. We're going to go on like a road trip, going to this cool, bringing him to this cool little place, resort, ranch thing. He's really looking forward to that. But today we were just hanging around together because he didn't have school.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual. And
Don't
I
do
found
the
this.
I'm trying to tell a heartwarming story about taking care of my son, and the left flank vets raiders now are coming in here, defiling the stream with this filth. The filth of the candy liquor emote. Jesus Christ. Hello, friends. Hello, folks. Not everyone that's doing the candy liquor. No hello for you. Okay, I guess hello to even some of the people that are doing emotes. I am Rob Rousseau. Thanks for joining the stream. You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle. Lennon Smash, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Brian, that's very kind of you. Thank you. I'm scratching my head with this little back scratcher here.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Left FL1 Candy Lick, left FL1 Candy Lick, left FL1 Candy Lick, TRRS Momo Mad.
I am Rob Rousseau, folks. I am a socialist, Twitch streamer, and podcaster coming to you from Montreal, Quebec, Canada.
You can count on
in
me.
the fake country of Canada.
Talk you through all this.
Left FL1 Candy Lick.
I appreciate the raid. Thank you to our friends in Left Flank Vets for the raid. Canada is not real. I agree. Couldn't agree more. Mark Staddy 69. Could not agree more. Trudeau's commie regime. That's right. Coming to you from the Trudeau authoritarian junta. Yeah, I said that right now. We made it up. That's right. Christ-like figure. We don't need to get into the whole what was going on before the raid happened and that whole bit.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob.
We don't need to get into that whole bit.
This.
In the triangle we trust. TRRS Friendship Triangle. TRRS Rob Mode 2.
Thank you, useless.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Thank you, useless, for the 14 months of tier 1. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mavrect, as well, for the 15 months of tier 1 and the 300 friend coin. That was very kind of you. Thank you, Mavrect. And thank you to Ice Tray for the 19 months tier 1. Thanks, Ice Tray. Thanks to Hey Antonia as well for the 15 months tier 1. Thank you. How was the Left Flank Vets stream today? Was there some wild C-SPAN calls? We get some spin from the Biden administration?
We simply use the computer
to
mark up the size of the account.
Thank you, Perfect Speller, for the 100 friend coin. Or 200 friend coin. Thank you, Perfect Speller. Although a little bit of irony here. Perfect Speller is actually, you made a little spelling error. Perfect spelled with a K. So you kind of contradicted yourself. You kind of contradicted yourself with that. If it was perfect, you'd think that you would spell that correctly. I caught that, though. I have an English degree, so I'm good at figuring that stuff out. Watching CPAC stuff today. Well, that's what the Insurgents podcast is going to be about tonight. So we are going to talk a little bit about that later. This coming from the perfect speaker. That's right. What a terrible way to find this out. I'm sorry. I don't know why no one pointed this out to you before. My brain just operates on this higher level, though. I can't help but notice. Is that an official TRRS back scratcher? Not really, but it could be. Folks, I don't want to alarm you, but we are 3% to a level 4 of the hype train. 3% away. That's like one sub One generous
We
chatter.
simply use the computer to mark up the size of the
Oh
account.
goodness, Maverick got us over into level 4. Maverick, thank you very much for the 100 friend coin. Give the streamer money and nobody gets hurt.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Well, you want some of this? Diego, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Diego. All these new viewers, these new people that have tuned in for the first time are just like, what the hell am I looking at here?
All this.
I thought this was a stream of like political commentary and stuff. And you tune in, I'm just like comparing myself to Jesus, slamming energy drinks, and then I have a back scratcher for some reason going. A Canadian Jesus. Sunny Sola, thank you very much for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you, Sunny Sola. I really appreciate that. The content I proudly pay for. Sometimes, like, I really have these moments where, like, I kind of have this, like, dissociative moment when I see myself on the screen doing something just, like, so ridiculous, you know? And I really have these, like, out-of-body moments where I'm just like, what am I doing? What is this? Why are people watching this? Why are people watching this?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Special fish.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Special fish. Thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Heck yeah. Special fish. Thank you. And thank you, Proletariat, for the 100 friend coin. I am a camera starer. Well, you got to admit it. Like, we all do it, right? On Zoom calls, on streams. Let's not pretend that we're not always looking at ourselves, right? I know you do, chat. When you're doing a FaceTime and you move the little windows so you can, like, see yourself better, and you move it up towards the camera so it kind of looks like you're looking at the camera when you're looking at yourself. Don't fucking lie to me. Don't lie to me. I know you do that. You kidding me? show the news your appearance on Tucker. Guilty, not ashamed. You don't need to be ashamed. You don't need to be. You shouldn't be. It's one of life's simple pleasures. It is. So now we're 8% of the way to level 5 of this hype train, folks. We've never done that, not even once. Okay. Okay. We're 8% of the way to a level 5 hype train, folks. And I'm just saying, in theory, we could, again, this is not, I'm not telling you what to do. In theory, we could
You can count on me. You're gonna have
possibly get to the sub goal, and then I would not have to even mention it. I would not have to even mention it again. And we could just move on from this.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, 10,000 sandwiches for the gifted sub. That's so many sandwiches. Thank you, 10,000 sandwiches, and thank you, Part Ian, as well, for the gifted sub. Yeah, so I made this. I was happy people were... What is this? We're doing it's a bit of a group chat, right? It doesn't need to be hello anymore. I have never once seen my own visage. What can you into? It's because you're so tall. Your head is surrounded by clouds. So when you look in the mirror, you can't see. Your vision is obscured because of the clouds. You see. Unbelievable. Again, I'm just trying to live my life over here. I'm just trying to live my life over here, and I'm getting raked over the coals by the world's most watched cable news program. Sue me for logging onto Twitch and trying to help people. Try to talk them through these important global events. Oh, that's so good. This is a leftist badge of honor. Well, the thing is, like, this image is not real, but this image, though, I was looking back at some of the tweets from this time. This image is not real. You know, this was a joke. This image, though...
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Perfect Speller, thank you very much for the 2 months of Tier 1. Thank you very, very much. Perfect Speller. Even with my pedantic fixation on the fact that perfect in that name is spelled actually incorrectly, still resub for 2 months. Thank you, Perfect Speller. So this was not real, though. This image is not real. This image, however, real. This actually is not photoshopped. This is not photoshopped in any way.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Dr. Maggot, for the 2 gifted subs. I really appreciate that, Dr. Maggot. Thank you very much. This image is very real. And I was looking back on some of the tweets from this time today, and I remembered this. That was a wild weekend. That was a wild weekend in the Rob household. I'll tell you that much. I've never even seen this episode of The Five. I mean, I've seen because they did 2 segments about this tweet that I did about MS-13. It is Momo erasure. I know they cropped Momo out of the image. That's bullshit. They did 2 segments on Fox and Friends, and then they did another one on The Five, which is what this image is from. But I've never seen this clip. I've seen the Fox and Friends clip, but I've never seen this. I don't even know if it exists. I never saw it. I love how I'm just like looming over them. It's so funny. What did my partner think of that? I think she was a little freaked out by the whole thing. I think she was a little freaked out by just the fact that I was having like thousands of people writing to me and saying they wanted to murder me and stuff. I think it was a little intimidating, but also when I looked at the actual like
good old
Fox
Rob
News
to talk you through all this
piece that came out, like the actual like written piece that came along with it, we were looking at it and it was just so funny that I think she just couldn't help but laugh. It was like that because that didn't have Momo erasure. It was like this big article about me and just like with this picture of me and Momo on the top of it, and there's so many little funny tidbits in it that we could not help but laugh at. And I also was at that time feeling a little stressed out by the whole thing. I was feeling a little stressed out, but once I read that article, I was just like, okay, this is just, I can't not laugh at this. Did anyone drive by the crib and chuck rotten fruit? No, and no one found out where I live that I know of. A number of people contacted me to threaten to murder me, though. And thank you, Irate Lump, as well, for the 26 months of Tier 1. Thank you, Irate Lump. 26 months. I've really been doing this a while now. Jeez. You know who else experienced death threats? I'm just saying. Anyway, thank you everyone for contributing to that hype train and for supporting the channel. Thank you. was very kind of you. Murdering me makes you no better than MS-13. Well, I mean, that was the funniest thing about it, right? Was that the whole thing that people were mad at in that case was me comparing the Republican Party and the modern conservative movement to a violent gang, right? And suggesting that the actual institutional power of the Republican Party is responsible for significantly more violence than this MS-13, like El Salvadorian prison gang. That was the whole point of it. And people were so upset about the fact that I dared to make that comparison. They were like, how dare you suggest that conservatives and Republicans are violent? And if you say that again, I'm going to murder your entire family. Like, that's how they were responding. They were so offended that I compared them to a violent criminal gang. They were just like, I will murder you. That's how mad I am. You know, which to me seems like a bit of a contradiction. Excuse me. That's how I found out about you. It was not 2014. It was 2018. 2018, which is like, it's crazy to me. That was almost coming up on 5 years ago. Coming up on 5 years ago. I'm going to have to do a 5-year retrospective of that. In May. Really changed my whole life, this whole thing, you know. So I wouldn't, as much as I complain about like conservative media and all these conservative influencers and stuff, definitely like the fact that they took time to put this huge spotlight on me for this like kind of innocuous comment gave me the ability to start, you know, actually doing what I wanted to do in media and having like a minor small media career, which wouldn't have existed if they hadn't singled me out. I can get you that King Uendo. I don't want to dox my mailing address here in the chat because then people are going to start sending me all kinds of weird shit. Some of the weird freaks in the chat are going to not handle that with grace and dignity. I would really like to see that with the 5 segment. I've never been able to find it. And 25% grace and 35% dignity. Well, like Matt, you said a moment ago, I miss MS-13 discourse. Yeah, seriously. That was like the 3-month period, or probably even less than that. It was probably about a month or two when, for like millions of conservative Americans, MS-13 became like the number one threat to American freedom. They had never heard of these people before in their lives. And they went from never having any clue.
Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
They went from like never having any clue that these people existed to being just like paralyzed with fear that MS-13 was going to come invade their gated community in the span of about a month. They probably don't even remember who they really are now. No, for sure. They only act during election years. That's right. That's when the caravans start up. Thank you, Jeff, for the raid. Thank you, Jeff Waldorf. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Shout out to Jeff. I hope your stream was good today. Like, no, but seriously, like I could play it on the stream. Like I have it. It's in the first episode of my podcast that I did. But there was this one guy, because I, at the time I was a big fan of the Your Kickstarter Sucks podcast, and I I put their phone number in their voicemail number in my bio while this was going on, so they got all kinds of fucked up voicemails. Because I thought they would find that funny. And there was this one guy that he left me this message, really going on this like vivid description of one of these gang members like sexually assaulting my fake daughter and like murdering my family. And he's describing this, and his voice is like all quavering, and you can it sounds like he's getting turned on. Like it really unlocked this weird psychosexual thing with these like reactionaries, you know, which is actually when I was doing the tweet. That's why I invented having a fake daughter, because I felt like that would have that kind of reaction on people, although I never imagined the amount of people that would reach, but it really did. And this guy was like describing this scenario in this voicemail, and it's extremely creepy. I don't even want to play it on the stream because it's so graphic. It was very strange though. Look how you made me feel. Exactly. It's like, don't get mad at me, sir. The angry and horny centers of the conservative brains are wired together. I found that out the hard way. The normal conservative fantasy. Well, seriously, I mean, so much of these reactionaries' belief system is based around the idea of not only like immigrants, the MS-13 members or whatever, but black people as well, coming into their communities and taking their wives and daughters away. You know, and it's weird. It's this weird, again, this like psychosexual fixation with these minority groups. You know, that goes back, I mean, going all the way back to like the history of like in Reconstruction, all the lynching and the KKK and stuff. Like it's all based around like these like imagined assaults, or this deranged fantasy that women are going to be carried away. It's like, it's really bizarre. It's really bizarre. These people, all these folks that need to talk to someone. They work some of this stuff out, because it's kind of sicko stuff. For sure, yeah, Lamport, exactly, yeah. Probably goes back to what they do to Native American women and girls too. For absolutely. Well, a lot of it, right? You see. How sort of colonizers in general, not even just conservatives, but they have this fear that the groups that they have oppressed and they have genocided and they have raped and they have exploited, they have this fear that given the opportunity, these groups are going to do the same thing to them that they did. You know? That's part of it, isn't it? Yeah, dark-skinned drug dealer immigrants boning their families is like 90% of modern chud boogeymen. That's it, and I guess that's why that tweet really resonated with people. For sure, it's always projection. Absolutely. Always. Just look at MS-13. Why does MS-13 exist in the first place? It exists because of fucking American militarization of police, militarization of like a global police force in the name of fighting these drug trafficking and inventing these drug laws in order to militarily occupy other countries. And like it's a prison gang, even it's in El Salvadorian in nature. You know, go back to U.S. intervention in El Salvador in the first place, but formed in America in the American prison system. You know? It's yet another boogeyman that their own policies and their own reactionary beliefs created. Every chud accusation is either a confession or a desire. Well, and that's interesting too, Jeff, because like we talk sometimes about what we're talking about right now is like, you know, the way that conservatives talk about in domestically these immigrant groups or groups of racial or sexual minorities and their fear of them, which again is always projection. And it's also always projection when you have them talk about at a foreign policy level, right? Accusing China or Korea or Cuba of all these terrible crimes, which they themselves are guilty of significantly more than any of these other countries could hope to be. We talk about this often, right? It's always projection. Always. Yeah, that's what I mean. The U.S. drug war policy helped create this problem with the cartels. Exactly. They're always creating these boogeymen, I think a lot of the time intentionally, with their own policies that they then have to go in and militarily attack or, support whoever else to attack them, sort whatever proxies. Whether it's the cartels, whether it's the Mujahideen, whether it's whatever form these like Ukrainian highly armed, highly trained Ukrainian fascist militias, whatever they're going to morph into over the next 5-10 years. We're seeing that same process playing out right now. And of course, their wars make the defense contractors a lot of money who give them back to the politicians, who in turn give it back to the defense contractors. Hey, Sam, how's it going? What's up? Hello, fellow cult members. Again, Ben, I'm going to have to point out that it is not a cult. But hello to you. I have a question, folks. In terms of this, I got this new camera a couple weeks ago. I've still been fiddling with the settings. What do we think about, is this too dark behind me? I don't know if I need to go a higher exposure. In terms of the look, how are we feeling about this? Is this good? Seems good? All right. Well, anyway, I guess there's a couple things we should actually take a look at. This has been some good opening chit chat. It's been lively. It is very bisexual. I am the master of bisexual lighting over here. Some good opening chit chat there. We can take a look at some of the things that I've been saving to for us to have a look at. Sorry, but here's the Fox News piece though. Again, this was just this crazy weekend of me being targeted by conservative media. I'm freaking out. I just found out that I was on Fox and Friends and was like, oh my God, this is just ever going to stop? Even though I was I guess I had done that tweet wanting to piss people off. That was the intention. It was it had gone on for 3 days. I'm getting death threats, all kinds of stuff. I was like, I'm ready for this to stop now. And then I'm on Fox and Friends. I'm freaking out. And then I see this. You know what I mean? And I was like, okay, I can't not laugh at this. I can't not laugh at this. This is so absurd. This is so absurd. Just ridiculous. You'll know the cat is pulling the strings here. That's exactly. Momo was ratatouilleing me. The cat, I was being ratatouilled. by the cat. I got a couple things to look at here. Just give me a few moments while I scroll here. Just doing a little scrolling. We like to do a little scrolling. I'm remembering something from a couple weeks ago that I'm trying to see if I can find. I got some good Russia-Ukraine discourse to get into here. So it was the very entertaining part of the show when I silently scroll looking for content to show you. Is that the worst pic of you on the internet? I don't think so. I think it's a good picture. Actually, Matt, I'll have you know, that was my profile picture at the time. That's why they put it in the article. I think it's a good picture. Frankly. Here's the original The Five segment. Really? I've never seen this.
At alz.org.
You just have to play it in 1 minute clips. 2:39 p.m.
At alz.org to join the fight.
Running a business means I can't waste time, especially when I'm hiring. I used to pore over resumes.
Do you have to look at, is there ads before every single one of these?
Their screener questions help me get to my shortlist. People with the qualifications I need, like 5 years experience.
Let's skip the end.
All saving me time that I get to put back into running my business.
Oh, how?
Hiring's better when you've got your shortlist.
How do I skip it?
Learn how screener questions can
It's
save
from the
you
broadcast,
time
okay.
when you post your job on Indeed.
I have never seen this before.
On the heels of some in the media taking President Trump's animal comment supposedly out of context with regard to MS-13, liberal writer Rob Rousseau is now stirring a new controversy.
Juan, I'm
by
not a
tweeting,
liberal.
Quote, I would rather my daughter dated a member of MS-13 than a member of the Republican Party.
I'm not, you're showing me this for the first time. I'm not a liberal, Juan. Like fucking typical Fox News. Typical Fox News. Misinformation. Jesus.
End quote. Russo says.
How did they put this on TV? Look at this quote.
At alz.org.
I cannot believe they put that on TV.
Post my jobs on Indeed. Their screener questions.
Now I'm all the way back here. What's going on? I lost it. I lost it. What am I doing over here now?
He was joking, and he released this statement to the Five saying, quote, It's interesting and more than a little silly to me that the very people who are so fond of claiming that liberals and leftists are constantly offended, sensitive snowflakes are now so worked up over a tweet, which was very obviously a joke, that it warrants national media coverage. You can be a free speech absolutist who is against political correctness, or you can be offended by my tweet, but you can't be both, end quote. So, Dana, I don't know where to start with this. I mean, he's making the case. I guess he's firing back.
No, I can see. I do think that conservatives have tended to get oversensitive about certain things. But in this case.
You do, yeah.
Well, it wasn't.
In this case, though, we're right to be.
And apparently he doesn't have a daughter. I didn't know that. Greg just informed me of that. All I was going to say is if you really think it would be better for one of your offspring to date a member of MS-13 than a member of the Republican Party, be careful what you wish.
Jesus Christ. This is so confusing. I don't even know how to do this.
For because it might just happen.
My goodness.
Kimberly?
Yeah, I think it's outrageous. If you actually know and you read any of these crime scene reports, or you've seen what's happened, or the photographic evidence.
Isn't this Don Jr.'s wife now?
Witnesses or victims or recipient witnesses testify as it relates to gang violence and MS-13, you would never even try to tweet that because it's disgusting. I tell it to the parents of kids who literally were
they really care about
beaten
that.
to death with bats with nails on them, or chopped up with machetes to the point where they were unrecognizable, or raped and tortured and left to die. To me, something like this, it's not funny at all. I don't find it to be satire. And now he's like, whoa, that was a big mistake. Any responsible parent would never say something like that. It's like akin to a child abuse situation, if you would even suggest. And so he doesn't have a child? Well, there you go. Good, because it makes a lot of sense if he's that reckless.
Greg, the president goes to Long Island this week, and he's going to be talking about MS-13.
That'll be exciting. But I want to talk.
Oh, good. Gutfeld. This unfunny loser. I don't know. I can't use this website anymore. This is just so bizarre that happened. That was just so bizarre. Okay, it's getting really dark here. These are the same people that give thoughts and prayers when there's a mass shooting, and they just yell at people who want to do the smallest amount of regulation. For sure. And the same people who gleefully armed and supported the arming and the training of death squads in countries and places such as El Salvador. What did the Reagan administration do in El Salvador? Talk about MS-13, an El Salvadorian in origin prison gang. We talked about the role that the war on drugs and militarization of the police and domestically and abroad, creating gangs like that in the first place. But again, the Reagan administration, with full support from all these ghouls, did arm and train literally El Salvadorian death squads who did go out and rape and murder innocent people, innocent civilians. And Nicaragua, they've done this all over the world. They've armed these proxies all over the world to commit the most horrific atrocities you can possibly imagine. I didn't do that. That was the United States government. To be fair, not even the Republican Party. There was broad bipartisan support for this kind of stuff. But that wasn't me that did that. That was the Reagan administration, which all of these people fetishize and love to talk about how wonderful it was. You know? So, maybe the sanctimony is a little bit much for me from these people. To say nothing of, again, the whole purpose of the point of that tweet was that the Republican Party institutionally has way more power than these fucking gang members and are responsible for a lot more real violence. Social murder, not just creating MS-13 in the first place, not just arming El Salvadorian death squads, but murdering people through social policy, through the destruction of the welfare state, through tough on crime, pro-police, drug war policies. Responsible for vastly more death and murder and violence, to say nothing of in countries that have been invaded, under the Republican Party and under the U.S. government. You know, invading Iraq, invading Afghanistan, invading Vietnam, invading Korea, destabilizing and destroying democratically elected governments around the world. You know, supporting the Indonesian military while they mass murder 1 million people. The MS-13 could never hope to even come close to that level of violence. You know, that level of absolute destruction. Yeah. So I think the sanctimony is a little bit much for me from these people. MS-13 needs to up their game. That's probably that's their problem. That's their whole problem. They're not violent enough. You know what? I got to try something here because it's getting dark here, folks, and I don't have the automatic exposure anymore. I'm going to try and mess around with the lighting and see if I can make it a little better. When I get too much exposure, then I start getting blurry. Yeah, this is what I mean, Red Wizard. MS-13 is a creation of U.S. foreign policy in El Salvador. That's what I'm talking about. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better there. Anywho, we don't need to talk all night about my MS-13 tweet. I don't know why I've been reminiscing about this. It is bizarre to me that 5 years have gone by since that time. Did you see AMLO's elf? I did, yeah. And you know what? If AMLO says it's an elf, it's a fucking elf. I believe him. I believe that it is an elf. I saw him taking a lot of mockery over this. I believe that it was an elf. He doesn't have an elf, but he shared a image of something that he claimed to be some kind of like mythological creature. Hey, Red Scary, what's up? Red Scary, are you still not? I know you got your evening of Wings and Avatar later. Is that still coming up? He has an elf now? He has an elf now. That's right. Absolutely. Is that a first time Avatar viewing for you, Red Scary? The elf is right behind me, isn't it? Oh, gosh. Absolutely not. Okay, that's good. Twice in theater. There we go. I don't know why I ever doubted you. We better authorize a new military spending to close the elf gap. These Mexican elves, they're coming across the border, they're bringing fentanyl across the border, and they're taking American jobs. They're taking jobs away from hardworking American elves. And this aggression will not stand, man. I think the Mexican elves are real, and I support them. Absolutely. I agree. Fenton elf. There we go. Okay. American elves just don't want to work anymore. They're quiet quitting. American elves, they work in the back section of like Best Buy, assembling laptops and stereos and what have you. Those Mexican elves are coming in there and out hustling them. We need to get back to having masculine elves in the United States. Tired of the left pushing femboy elves on us. This is all part of a New Zealand psyop. It's all part of a New Zealand-based psyop to push these effeminate elves. That's not what real elf culture is supposed to be about. Elf Chapo. There we go. That's good. Finally, someone willing to talk about the elf event in the room.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS dang, TRRS dang, TRRS dang.
Oh boy. Force of Bill, thank you very much for the whopping 26-month resub at tier 3. And of course, if you want to use, I don't think there's a lot of Deng Xiaoping emotes on Twitch, but if you want to use the TRRS Deng emote like our friend Force of Bill, of course John McCain's got it. Of course John has one, obviously. But you can help build the productive forces of this channel and subscribe at tier 3. That's how you get that emote. Okay, what's the best way to set up this whole segment? You have to do something with that elf convoy approaching the border. There's a convoy of Mexican and El Salvadorian and Nicaraguan and other Latin American elves coming to invade gated communities across the nation. Very terrifying. Very terrifying stuff. Is this the segment? Is it a damn news segment? Well, you know what? Here's the main thing that I wanted to talk about. Shit. I wanted to talk a little bit about Ukraine and the way that we are starting to see the mainstream narrative about Ukraine start to shift a little bit, which is, I think, an indication that the willingness of Americans to continue supporting this proxy war is starting to wane a little bit. I think there's starting to be a little bit more appetite in the U.S. government to wrap this thing up. As much as we know, there's this element of the sort of very hawkish element of the security state that just wants it to turn into an indefinite quagmire. We're starting to see, I think, a little bit more of a push to wrap this thing up. Yeah, just in time to shift to Taiwan. That's right. Take care, Brian. Enjoy the show tonight. See, I had saved it. I had saved one a while ago, but I can't really find it. But I think we can start with this. We got a couple tweets from Kit Clarenberg here to look at. So I think the interesting thing that we're seeing right now is that there's starting to be stories in mainstream media appearing that I think were pretty much verboten over the last year that would have been framed as Putin propaganda or Kremlin propaganda previously. Even though there's plenty of mainstream reporting that prior to the invasion taking place on like our arming and funding of these right-wing groups, pumping arms into Ukraine, the Orange Revolution, the Euromaidan, and all that stuff. I mean, there's been plenty of mainstream reporting on that, which we've talked about before. After the invasion started, a lot of people in
This
the
is some
media.
guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Clincher Live, thank you for the raid. Get in, Raiders. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. I'm Rob. Hello. Hello. Thank you for the raid, Clincher Live. I appreciate it. We got some goblins here. I saw a tweet about Ukrainians causing a bunch of commotion in their accommodation in Ireland, and hundreds of comments from Irish folks just super pissed off and fed up with the whole thing. The tide of public opinion is turning big style. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that. There was that really remarkable piece that came out a couple weeks ago, Sam, about like Ukrainian immigrants in like England complaining about all the like brown people in their communities that their kids had to go to school with. Kind of a contradiction getting put on full display there as well. But like, we know there's a lot of mainstream media reporting on Ukraine that's come out over the last couple of years to talk critically about what has been happening and our role in it. Obviously, after the invasion started, that just people that were apparently familiar with what had been going on just completely agreed to all forget about that and never talk about it. And now we're seeing this shift starting to happen where now you're starting to see a little bit more of this narrative starting to change and a little bit more of these alternative viewpoints creeping into these mainstream sources. Hello, Tilden. What is up? I'm Rob, though. I'm sorry to disappoint you. So here's a good example of this shift in media narrative. This is from February 8th. So we're seeing more of this shift now, but this was from, and again, you see neocons and conservatives kind of sometimes staking out making these arguments more than like people on anywhere in the liberal left or the mainstream social democratic left are willing to do, which I've complained about time and time again, ceding ground to these like reactionaries and conservatives like Tucker Carlson or like whoever other conservatives that have been out there making this argument. From Christopher Caldwell, says the United States' recent promise to ship advanced M1 Abrams battle tanks to Ukraine was a swift response to a serious problem. The problem is that Ukraine is losing the war. Not as far as we can tell because its soldiers are fighting poorly or its people have lost heart, but because the war has settled into a World War I style battle of attrition, complete with carefully dug trenches and relatively stable fronts. Such wars tend to be won, as indeed World War I was, by the side with the demographic and industrial resources to hold out longest. Russia has more than 3 times Ukraine's population, an intact economy, and superior military technology. The intact economy stuff is an interesting point as well, considering the way that this like unprecedented sanctions regime at the beginning of this invasion was meant to completely decimate the Russian economy. And as you can see, it has not had the desired effect. And Russia themselves said when this kicked off, all outcomes have been considered. I think they were very prepared for that outcome, and it has not had this desired effect. And as we've talked about repeatedly, as much as the United States has tried to get countries like India on board with their sanctions regime, trying to get India off of Russian gas, in the same way that they've forced Western Europe to shoot themselves in the foot economically. And these other countries are just not having anything to do with that, nor is Africa. And, you know, in these African nations, the United States has come hand in hand pleading to these African countries to support them on this and back them on this Ukraine issue. And these African countries have just been like, no, we don't think so. We don't think so. Most of these places have remained neutral, or some of them are just openly supporting Russia. as we've talked about in the past, I've mentioned this a couple of times, but, the people in these global south, formerly colonized countries all remember the countries who in the past have repeatedly exploited them, and they remember who was there for them to support their anti-colonial struggle. Like these folks remember history. They don't have this like completely whitewashed, false version of history that we've been taught about the role that our governments have played in these places. So that was February 8th. Here is from just yesterday, March 2nd. Ukraine cannot win. This is in the New York Times, who has never met an imperialist intervention that they have not enthusiastically supported and gone along with, as they have done in this conflict as well. Ukraine cannot win without direct U.S. NATO involvement, which isn't going to happen. Western arms stocks are empty and not getting replenished anytime soon, and weapons Kiev needs won't and can't be given. America is in over its head. The trouble is that Ukraine has only one surefire way of accomplishing this feat in the near term: direct NATO involvement in the war. Only the full Desert Storm style of deployment of NATO and U.S. troops and weaponry could bring about a comprehensive Ukrainian victory in a short period of time. And again, I have to express frustration with the people who over the last year have just, from their comfortable perches here in Canada or the United States, acted as cheerleaders for this and suggested that the only possible outcome for Ukraine is just this full victory over Russia, which can be accomplished, apparently, we were told repeatedly, with enough arms transfers, enough weapons, enough training, which was never a possibility. It was never a possibility, ever. But these people, again, for whatever reason, whatever misguided reason, whether they're nefarious or ops or just like useful idiots or whatever, just kept promoting this over and over and over again and shouted down anyone. No, this is not a psyop. No, it is not. Simp Daddy Kane. I would let you know if it was. Believe me. For whatever reason, though, they made this argument, and anyone suggesting that, no, we should not be supporting the escalation of this conflict. We should not be arming Ukraine. We should not have armed Ukraine in the first place. We should not have deliberately attempted to provoke this conflict in the first place. Anyone that made that argument got shouted down. You get called a tanky. You get called a genocide apologist or denier, Russian Kremlin agent, whatever it is. And it's been now a year. It's been an entire year of this. You now have people in mainstream media platforms in the U.S. admitting that this is never going to, Ukraine is not going to win. This full Russian defeat that we've been kind of promising to people is never going to happen. And how many people have died over this last year? None of this was necessary. None of this had to happen. And it's been really sickening, I think, over the last year, seeing people with platforms either on Twitch or Twitter or in the mainstream media, whatever, endlessly cheerleading this and putting the Ukraine flags in the bio and doing the Slava Ukraini and calling themselves NATO, anarcho, Bidenists, or whatever the fuck it is, have encouraged this, as you pointed, Dave, mindless slaughter over the last year. And look at the result. It's the same result as what people like me and like us in this community have been saying was going to be the result all along. And none of this ever had to happen. But I do think it's really interesting the way that this narrative is starting to shift in the media. Late Night Rod, that's right, Lana. What's up? It's going to be really repulsive in 5 years or so is when Ukraine collapses and the resistant libs get personally offended that they didn't fight harder like they did with Afghanistan. Well, and when the blowback comes, Rex, who knows how much longer this, whatever form Ukraine takes after this with this new borders that it's inevitably going to have in the east and the western part of Ukraine, which is just a fully, has dropped all labor protections. They've imprisoned and expelled all the socialists from their society. It's just purely set up for multinational exploitation from all these big banks and corporations who are going to rebuild the country at the expense of everyone that lives there, But when the blowback, like, who knows how long that's going to be able to exist. But when the blowback inevitably comes, when these now highly armed and highly trained militia members start inevitably carrying out terrorist attacks, whether it's here in Canada or the United States, or in Ukraine or wherever else in Western or Eastern Europe, when the blowback starts, all these people that supported this, that were cheerleaders for this, that were putting the flags in the bio, that were sharing bullshit stories about like the ghost of Kiev and the Snake Island stuff and all these completely false stories promoting this idea, all these people are going to say like, whoa, I had nothing to do with this, right? Yeah, I mean, the blowback has already started. Yeah, it's a bug. It's not a bug, it's a feature. And there's already been blowback even prior to the invasion taking place, as you point out, Dave, with the Christchurch shooter who did train with these Azov guys in Ukraine. In the conflict that's been going on for 10 years, I know it's called Putin propaganda to point this out, but it was going on for the last 10 years, and there's already been severe blowback from this. And all these people that supported this are going to be like, oh, I had nothing to do with this. I had nothing to do with this. And in fact, they're going to be arguing that we need to empower the U.S. military to go fight these people. And when we inevitably are against that as well, because we don't support the fucking U.S. military, these people are going to they're going to be calling us tankies for not wanting to increase military strikes against this enemy that they enthusiastically supported the creation of. And they're still going to be lecturing us. And probably a lot of these people are going to fail upwards. Probably a lot of these people who've been going on in the media talking about this possibility of Ukrainian victory, promoting this war, promoting the endless escalation, denouncing anyone who's against it as a Putin sympathizer, they're all going to fail upwards. They're going to get even better jobs in media. This is the lesson that I took away from the Iraq war. None of the people that enthusiastically supported that really had any career repercussions in any way. They all have even more prominent roles in media today. And in fact, a lot of them incessantly complain, like John Chait, complaining about people that rightfully criticize them for their enthusiastic cheerleading of Iraq. And they still complain about the fact that they're persecuted for this. And it's going to be the same thing with Ukraine. It's going to be the same thing. I remember my very liberal professor laughed about the coverage of Russian tanks stuck in the mud. Now she's saying we need to move on and take consideration of the real threat, China. I'm sure she's immune to propaganda though, right, Dimitri? Right? They received their marching orders from MSNBC. Boo, 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 and no, pivot to Taiwan. Just like that. Oh, it's been great for Ann Applebaum as well, for sure. Absolutely.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was
lots of
turned on to
raids
this
today.
sick individual.
Goodness.
And I found this.
Hildebeest, thank you for the raid. Thank you, Hildy. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you, Hildebeest. Thank you for joining us. I am Rob. Hello. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. I don't know when this was from. This NBC News hit. Okay, so it's recent. It's recent. This is going on the Crimean Bridge after it's been repaired, discovering that Crimeans actually support Russia, which is like something that anyone could have told you that knows anything about this. That's why people talk about the annexation of Crimea like it was this big, violent, terrible invasion, and not this this very bloodless affair of Russia just taking over part of Ukraine filled with ethnic Russians that it had been made clear that they had nothing to do with this Ukrainian nationalistic project that had been constructed, So then you have this piece from MSNBC and remember, or from, NBC News. And remember as well, when this bridge was bombed, which killed civilians, there was this footage coming out of like civilians being blown up, and you had people celebrating it. You had people celebrating this, just being like, well, that's what you get, Russia. That's what you get. It's just like celebrating the bombing of this civilian infrastructure, which Russia built after they did annex Crimea, you know? And you had people celebrating this. And when this happened, again, and I pointed out, you know, when we kind of, in the past, when we've celebrated this kind of thing, it's kind of come back to haunt us. And then what did people say? Oh, you love Russia, Rob. You love Putin. You're a Kremlin apologist. Well, now you have NBC News apparently doing their own Kremlin apologia. This is all part of this narrative shift that's happening right now.
Recognized border. This is where that explosion hit this bridge last October at around this time in the morning. The bridge was fully reopened just last week. Inside, the territory is teeming with Russian soldiers. And if Ukraine plans to take it back with force, many civilians will be caught in the middle. 2.4 million people live here.
It's not coming up. It's not going to happen.
Large numbers support Russia. Is Crimea Russian or Ukrainian? Crimea is Russian. Of course Russian. Forever this 70.
Like, again, this is the kind of thing that for a while you would only ever see this on RT. I think it's interesting that you're starting to see this type of coverage on NBC News. You know, I think it speaks to how this narrative really is shifting. For a while, the only way you could ever get this perspective was by looking at Russian state media. Yeah, he's so shocked. He's so shocked.
3-year-old Praskovia Baranova tells me. There's a sign for a bomb shelter over there.
Укрытие? И что?
So what, she says? Are you frightened?
Ну, надо будет и в укрытие.
No, she says. If it's needed, we'll just go to a bomb shelter. If we don't defend our motherland, we will become slaves, Ruslan Nalgiev says. Recognized border. This is where that explosion hit this bridge.
So, yeah, it's interesting the way that these stories are starting to appear in mainstream media. And I'm sorry, like, again, it's being shared by Nina Byzantina on Twitter, who I don't know I don't think that she's good, but is one of the sources that shares this kind of stuff on Twitter, which just speaks to the way that a lot of people that are supposed to be on the left have abdicated that responsibility. Which is another thing that I've been warning about. Yeah, charge of the Light Brigade MK2 if they decide to go in there. It would be an absolute disaster. And again, the idea that people are saying, like, not only is Ukraine going to win, they're going to push the Russian army away out of the Donbass region, but they're also going to take Crimea again. Delusional. Absolutely delusional. And people have been going out there and making this argument and saying that that's a possibility. It is not. Then you have this piece, also in the New York Times, talking about this Russian partisans with ties to Ukraine say they briefly took control of a village in Russia. So New York Times writes this piece, and you have this tweet from Mark Ames saying, how many ways can the New York Times avoid describing openly neo-Nazi paramilitary group Russian Volunteer Corps as neo-Nazi? Because they're on our side. There's partisans, nationalist, anti-fascist militia, armed group fighting against the Kremlin. Russian partisans, led by Russian nationalists in exile who oppose Mr. Putin's rule. A movement of Russian anti-fascist militias. And then they point out there's no evidence that Russian Volunteer Corps or other Russian armed groups fighting against the Kremlin have a broad support base inside Russia. I think it's safe to say that they do not. Another babushka was arrested after she stated in a street interview that the war began 2014 in Donbass.
Не знаю. Єдність українців. Наскільки важлива зараз, на вашу думку? Чему украинцев? Вообще всего мира за мир. Чтобы были добрые люди, доброта.
Просто у нас же зараз війна йде, і нам потрібно всім єднатися, щоб вже победити.
Что вы думаете? Ничего я не думаю. Я вне политики.
А, так війна це політика, так?
А?
Війна це політика, так?
Политика, конечно. Политика.
Політика якої держави?
Всех. И Америки, и Украины, и России.
Так, а хто агресор? А хто агресор тоді? Хто війну почав?
Украина.
Україна розпочала війну?
Да.
А проти кого вона
В
розпочала
2014
війну?
году против своих людей.
Україна сама на себе напала, так?
Да. Но на Донбассе чьи люди? Ну чьи люди на Донбассе?
А якими танками тоді Україна напала сама на себе? Російськими, можливо?
Американскими.
Американськими. А ви ждете русский мир, так я поняла?
А при чем русский мир? Русский мир. При чем тут?
Окей, а Тростянець хто у цьому році окупував?
Я вам сказала, что я вне политики.
Uphold babushka thought. And I'm sure she got in the free, democratic, inclusive country of Ukraine, I'm sure she got tied to a fucking telephone pole for giving this interview. You gotta uphold babushka thought. So we're going to talk about shifting narratives, though. Like we were talking about. And I think, was it Matt that was saying this with the liberal professor from a couple minutes ago? Dimitri, yeah. You're seeing the people that are plugged into this nonstop propaganda shifting to China because that's what the media is telling them to do. Like when we talk about this shifting narrative, when we talk about Western media as well, like we know that it's propaganda, right? And I think we need to be aware of that, but you can still really learn a lot from paying attention to what the media is talking about, especially when you know and understand the role that the intelligence community plays in shaping these media narratives, right? You can still piece together what the motivations and what the designs are of the sort of ruling class, the security state, by paying attention to what the media is talking about, even if you know the media is presenting things in a pro-Western way and in a very highly antagonistic way towards these like official enemy countries. So now you see the narrative shifting, and now you have the U.S. ambassador to China. This is what they're saying.
Our American position is stronger than it was 5 or 10 years ago. It's the strength of our alliances. It's the strength of our private sector. It's our innovative capacity and our R&D capacity, which comes from our research institutions and our big tech companies. Triangle.
Christine, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much, Christine. We love Christine, folks. Thank you, Christine. That was very kind of you. I'd never be able to go on TV and just lie like that. You got to wonder if some of these people aren't embarrassed. You know, that's what I ask myself sometimes. You know, aren't you embarrassed? They're not, though. I think to be an imperialist representative, you have to have no shame. To be a politician in general, but like to be especially like as someone who's going to go on TV as like a PR person for the empire, you have to be in zero capacity for embarrassment. Most obvious pivot in the world, and all the anti-authoritarians are going to go along with it. Yeah, and this is what I've been saying too, Lana, right? The fact that all these people that are like, oh, our ally, Tucker Carlson, look what he's saying about Ukraine. He's our ally. Oh, look at what all these reactionaries are saying about Ukraine. They're on our side. We need to form a united front with these fucking fascists on this. They clearly have these good foreign policy positions. They are all going to turn on a dime as soon as the fucking bat signal goes out to really ramp things up. And the Tucker Carlsons of the world are going to be right on board with it. And so are these people that now think that they're supposed to be allies of them. You know? Yeah, Dore energy. And I've seen Jimmy Dore on Tucker Carlson trying to make this case that China's not our enemy and everything like that. And you think Tucker's like on his side on that, and Tucker has his face like, listening to him. When Dore is just being a useful idiot that allows Tucker to kind of like pull in people that are curious about this kind of viewpoint, pull them into his reactionary web, you know? And Tucker's going to pivot right to China along with the rest of the security state in the United States. And Jimmy Dore is either going to pivot along with him or just hopefully maybe engage in a little bit of self-criticism about what a fucking dumbass he was to trust these people.
Our American position is stronger than it was 5 or 10 years ago.
I don't have a lot of confidence that that's going to happen.
It's the strength of our private sector. It's our innovative capacity and our R&D capacity, which comes from our research institutions and our big tech companies. And I do think that the Chinese now understand that the United States is staying in this region. We're the leader in this region in many ways. And
we're the leader in this region, in the Southeast Asia. That's fucking nonsense.
President Biden makes clear every time he talks about this, we don't want conflict. But we're going to hold our own out here. And I feel optimistic. I'm just concluding my first year as ambassador about the American position in this country.
We're the leaders out here.
Region.
What a joke. What an absolute joke. And again, if you're American, if you're an American exceptionalist, I have bad news for you. I have bad news for you, folks.
About U.S. power around the world. And I'm sorry to say that with a smile.
America, I'm sorry. One sec. America, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but it's over. It's over. It's time to go home now. It's time to pack up your things. It's finished. You're done. You're done. It's not coming back, okay? The rest of the world's moving on. I don't know what to tell you. There's no more hegemony for you. Those days are past now. So that's the choice that America is facing right now, right? You can accept that. It's like when you're being asked to leave the bar, right? Let's look at it like that. It's closing time, okay? It's time to go home. Now, when that option is presented to you, you have two paths you can take in those moments. Sir, I think you've had a little too much, sir or ma'am. You've had a little too much. Now, you can accept that with dignity and just walk away with your head held high and go home, call a taxi, call an Uber, get on the bus, go home, get maybe something to eat, get maybe a nice takeout meal and enjoy it in front of the television, maybe with a bowl or something. I don't know. That sounds kind of nice, right? Bitches leave. You can do that, or you can punch the bouncer in the face, piss your pants, get your ass kicked in the alley outside, get arrested, wake up in the drunk tank. These are the two options.
It's not the American way.
Knowing the good old US of A, I think we all know that they'll choose the option one of. We all know America. That's America's style to go out like that. I really like how that came together with the music and everything. I must say, I was pretty happy with that. America's gonna stand up for freedom. Yeah. Yeah. I'm an American. Yeah. Get my gun. Martha, get my gun. Yeah. That's my impression of an American. Willing to bet that if we look back and pull up what those same talking heads thought of the second Iraq invasion, they'd bet they supported that too. No, of course. Like I was saying that before, like to a person. Of course they did. And then you have all these people that are supposed to be like on the left. They're really like, okay, I know that they got it wrong this time, but this time they're right. Okay, this time they're getting it right. This time we need to support NATO. I got to look at this too. And listen, I take no pleasure in reporting this. While we're talking about this shifting narrative, and I've complained endlessly about the role that progressives and liberals and social democrats in the mainstream politics in America had a role to play here in trying to articulate to people about the reality of this conflict, how and when it started, and to pull back on the never-ending arms transfers and training. There was a role for progressives to play there. They failed. Each one of them completely failed to do this, to carve out this position, which of course opened the door to the Tucker Carlsons of the world and all these vile reactionaries to go out and make this case to people. And again, I take no pleasure in reporting this.
Should America send F-16s?
It's not an issue that I've been heavily involved in, but I support what the president is doing. I think what Putin did was outrageous, not only for the people of the Ukraine and all the destruction, not only for the thousands and tens of thousands of Russian soldiers who have been dying. We need a world now, if we're going to combat climate change, if we're going to combat future pandemics, we need a world to come together. And Putin has radically disrupted that, and that is a real tragedy. But I think at the end of the day, the United States, NATO cannot sit back and allow Putin's aggression to go unresponded to.
Bernie, this is why Michael Parenti doesn't talk to you anymore. This is why you're not friends anymore, because of this kind of stuff, sir. Come on, Bernie. I don't get how hard it is, because again, you had politicians like Ro Khanna saying a couple years ago, we shouldn't be supplying all these arms to these Ukrainian militias.
Size of the account.
Slava, 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 Slava.
Thank you, Matt, for that 200 bread coin. There was plenty of people that were talking in 2017, 2018, when Trump was president, that we shouldn't be arming these Ukrainian militias. For all the people that say, like, Trump he was a Russian sympathizer, he's a Putin supporter. Putin owns him because of the P tape and all this stuff. Meanwhile, Trump sanctioning, I pointed this out the other day, but came down pretty hard on Russia exactly because there is this relentless narrative about him supporting Russia, sanctioned Russia, and continued to arm and fund Ukraine during those years. And during that time, you had folks like Ro Khanna saying, we should not be arming and training and funding these Ukrainian militias. That shouldn't be controversial. Nor should it be controversial. It shouldn't have been controversial over the last year. It especially should be possible for someone like Bernie now to say, listen, Putin bad. What Russia has done is bad. People have died. It's been horrible. However, we shouldn't have been pumping arms into Ukraine in the first place and provoking this conflict and pushing up to this Russian red line, as many security analysts have been warning about for years now. Why is that so hard to say? You all know that I think Putin is bad, right? Putin bad. You can, yeah, sure. We can say that while also saying like, we should not have provoked this conflict in the first place. We should support dialogue. We should not have any more killing. We should not be funding an endless quagmire, Afghanistan-like quagmire, because it destabilizes Russia. We should be supporting, if you care about people in Ukraine dying, if you care about Russians dying, as to credit to Bernie, he pointed out, it's not just Ukrainians are dying, there's Russians that are being conscripted or going into the Russian military, they're dying too. Lots of people are dying. If you don't like that, then you should support peace. You should support dialogue, diplomacy, Ukraine and Russia sitting down to make a deal to stop the violence. But again, just deflecting like he's done throughout the last 2 years, deflecting to the Biden administration, just being, no, I support the president. I support what they're doing. Putin bad. We got to back NATO on this. Again, this is first of all, it's not helped people in Ukraine at all. And who it has helped is right-wing extremists in America, who are then going out to people and making this very sensible argument about Ukraine and the endless billions of dollars being sent over there to fight this conflict, making this case to people who don't want anything to do with that. And it's given people like Tucker Carlson credibility, and Bernie Sanders is just completely, and people like Bernie, anyone in the sort of mainstream progressive movement. I think sometimes there's a little bit of sexism when we talk about the squad members and we talk about AOC and we leave Bernie out of the criticism. I don't think we should do that. The squad has been bad on this. The squad has abdicated this responsibility. AOC, Ilhan Omar, who's one of the better Democrats with decent foreign policy views, has completely abdicated this responsibility. And so has Bernie. They've all gone in on supporting the Biden administration, supporting NATO. And it's been, again, it's not helped Ukrainians at all. As we've been pointing out, the same outcome which we could have predicted before this even started is coming to pass after a year of violence and death and destruction. So it's the same result, and it's just empowered people in this reactionary movement like Tucker Carlson and his ilk. Then like Donald Trump Jr. has a better fucking stance on this than a lot of people on the left in the Democratic Party. And certainly in Canada as well, with which the entire institutional left in Canada has been united on this as well. And it's empowered these right-wing reactionary forces to go out and make this case about Ukraine, which again, like I've been pointing out, is going to be very compelling to people, to a lot of people. My very good friend, the credit card senator from Delaware. Bernie, come on. Don't support NATO. That's been a source of frustration to me over the last year. Just the idea of just like seeing what the United States military and NATO is doing and being like, we should not be doing this, shouldn't be a far left tanky position in the West. That should be like a bare minimum. Bare minimum. Right? Why is NATO and the United States arming and training these fascist militias in 2015, 2016? I'm against that.
We simply use the computer to
Why is
mark
that so
up
hard?
the size of the account.
Thank you, Dimitri. Bernie supported intervention in Libya and Kosovo, right? Just showing the blatant faults of the Social Democrats and the Nordic socialism. Well, you see these kinds of people, whenever the temperature gets turned up and the pressure goes on, will fold each and every time and support imperialism, sometimes reluctantly, sometimes from a certain angle. But you see it time and time again. Here's another example too, Ro Khanna. Again, Ro Khanna.
Committee.
Did he delete this? Like, Ro Khanna in 2018 was saying neo-Nazis are a threat to freedom and democracy wherever they are and should not receive any military support from the U.S. arming neo-Nazis is a direct threat to Jewish and LGBT people in Ukraine, and Poroshenko should remove them from the National Guard. I mean, it was not uncommon to comment about this. And again, like, my basic point stands as well, that if you believe this, and this acknowledges, this is 2018, this acknowledges that there's neo-Nazis involved in Ukrainians' like official security forces that's receiving funding from the United States. Like, right? That's just common knowledge. And if you believe this factual thing, this very true fact about the United States and Canada's support for these militia groups, well, then you must also believe that we played a role in provoking this conflict. As I've been saying before this shit even started, and throughout the last year, you don't have to support Putin or support Russia to just simply accept the idea that they view this kind of stuff as a threat to their security. Even though the US and NATO does this kind of rhetorical trick where they're saying, well, we're only pumping in arms to Ukraine to defend themselves from Russian aggression. Well, it can work in the other way. Russia can see the nonstop flow of arms and training into this nation on their border, which has been not only armed to the teeth, but has been politically destabilized by the United States in these documented examples. And they can view, you don't have to like them or support them to say that, like, yeah, it's not unreasonable to think that that's a direct threat to their security. We all know that if any country was arming one side of a civil war directly on the border of the United States in a deliberate effort to destabilize the United States would not hesitate to fucking bomb that place into the fucking shadow realm. We all understand that, right? So again, this has been my basic point. If you believe this, as Ro Khanna did in 2018, you have to admit that the United States and Canada and NATO played a role in provoking this conflict. Because if you can get yourself to believe that this is a one-sided, black and white, good versus evil Harry Potter story, as that's what the narrative has been, then of course you can never have dialogue.
Have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Moss, thank you very, very much for the 2 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. We made the sub goal. Thank you, Moss. Thank you. But you know what I mean, though. If you really do believe that it is that kind of one-sided black and white good versus evil Harry Potter story, then of course there can never be dialogue. You can never give anything up to Ukraine. You can never give any of these, allow any of these regions in eastern Ukraine to become part of Russia or the Crimea or whatever. You can never have any negotiation. You can never have any peace treaty. You must only support arming Ukrainians if you believe this cartoonish version of reality. But as I've been pointing out, and as this tweet from Ro Khanna clearly shows, that cartoonish version of reality does not exist. That's a fantasy. It's a fantasy that's been created in our media as part of a propaganda campaign to get you to support this conflict. I thought of this analogy recently as I've had an indirect family member deal with schizoaffective disorder and have had to spend time in a terrible mental institute in the southern US, about as bad as developed healthcare gets. Responding to Putin's invasion in the way many have is akin to having a mother or brother struggle with addiction and kick them out on the street. Addiction hurts more than the individual, obviously, but nobody's getting better by doing anything but full-fledged support for care to help the one who struggles. That is an interesting analogy, Dr. Maggot. And clearly Ro Khanna at one point understood this basic premise, that we are indeed arming neo-Nazis in Ukraine. And again, if you believe that, then that means that there is no black and white cartoonish narrative of this. But here's Ro Khanna right now. Talk about this shifting narratives. Talk about the pivot that's happening right now. And again, Ro Khanna is someone that has tried to kind of carve out a somewhat progressive foreign policy position. He was one of the signatories of this letter to the Biden administration that urged dialogue and urged diplomacy that they pulled back. But he was out there defending that, at least to his credit. But now, talking about this pivot, you see Ro Khanna now on the media saying this.
The chairman of the committee, Mike Gallagher, last night gave an assessment of the future of the relations between the U.S. and China. Here's what he said. Listen here.
It's not a polite tennis match. This is an existential struggle over what life will look like in the 21st century. And
yeah, these are the new anti-imperialist based allies in the conservative movement that these like useful idiots like Jimmy Dore or whoever, or these LaRoucheites like whoever, are now suggesting are some kind of allies. These LaRoucheites who will talk about China positively and talk about the Belt and Road Initiative while simultaneously allying with these reactionaries who are going to pivot on a dime to supporting further conflict with China.
Fundamental
You can
freedoms
count
are
on
at
me.
stake.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
07.
Goth Engel Sinner, thank you very much for the 26 months Prime. I really appreciate that. Thank you. The thing we fear is the next hegemon treating us as badly as we treat everyone else, but they're definitely now and will probably be in the future much nicer. I mean, it's the thing we talked about before. This came up earlier in this conversation, but yeah, it's always projection. It's always being afraid of being treated the way that we've treated other cultures, both domestically and internationally. They only like BRI because they think China's doing the world land bridge. Well, that's right, and they try to claim credit for the idea in the first place. But again, they're trying to make alliances with these conservatives like Tucker Carlson, who are all going to be on board this coming conflict with China.
Agree with that? And if so, what do we do about
So
it?
you saw the reactionary version of that argument, the China bad, we must pivot to Asia, we must pivot to this confrontation with China argument. You saw the reactionary version in that clip, and then here's the progressive version, and try to find how much daylight there is in between these two positions.
He's right that the China challenge is a generational challenge. I think we need to do two
He's right.
things. One, I was just in Taiwan. We need to make sure that Taiwan has defense capability. All the parties in Taiwan want that. We need to make sure we're giving them the $18 billion of arms so that they
keep pumping
can,
arms into Taiwan.
actually help deter China. And second, we need to make sure our...
Again, and that's the fucking scam, isn't it? In the same way that they were pumping arms into Russia, or sorry, well, Freudian slip there. They pump arms into Ukraine for a full decade, which Ro Khanna correctly criticized, at least when it came to these neo-Nazi groups. And then Russia, lo and behold, as many people were suggesting was going to happen, viewed that as being a threat to their security, and it provoked this big response in the invasion of Ukraine. And now they're making the same argument. We're defensively pumping weapons into Taiwan just to help protect them from the possibility of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. And never for a moment wondering if perhaps China, just as they view their complete encirclement by American military bases, they're going to view this endless pumping of arms into Taiwan, as well as other countries surrounding China, like Okinawa, like in South Korea, like in the Philippines, that they're going to view that not as a deterrent, but as a threat to their security. And again, any country in the world would view that as a threat. Of course, as we pointed out numerous times, including a few moments ago, the United States would obviously view the same thing if it was on Hawaii or Costa Rica, or Puerto Rico is another example. If one of these islands was being armed and China or Russia was building military bases there, encircling them and pumping arms into Hawaii or Puerto Rico defensively to deter American aggression, they would obviously view that as a threat to their security as well. So again, it's the same argument. We have to continue pumping arms into Ukraine, no matter who's getting these arms, because that helps defend them, which inevitably, as many people predicted, provokes a conflict. And it's hard not to suspect that that's the exact goal of this pivot to China that we're seeing right now, is to provoke a conflict with Taiwan, to turn Taiwan into the next Ukraine situation. However, Puerto Rico and Hawaii should be freed. Yeah, to be clear, I do support either Russia or China building military bases in these places. I do support that, and I would think that it was cool if it was happening, but it's not. But if it was, I would think it was cool, but the United States would not find it cool, and they would certainly bomb the fuck out of those countries or states or territories in Hawaii or Puerto Rico's case. We're all going to starve and be without medication at that point. Well, and that's exactly why, talk about Trump as another character that these MAGA communists have latched onto. That's exactly why Trump is making the case that they need to get completely cut off trade with China, completely disentangle America and China. And again, these LaRoucheites, again, they simultaneously claim to support China, claim to support the BRI, and then in the same breath, they say that's why we need to support the MAGA movement. We need to support Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson. While Trump now is talking about completely severing Trump, who very well might be president again, after the next election cycle. He's saying now we need to completely disentangle ourselves from them economically. And again, the purpose of that is because they know that they can't have a war against China without completely destroying their own economy. Now they're trying too late to change that.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I'll take a look at this in 1 second, Dimitri. I just wanted to watch this clip from Trump. Again, if any of these fucking LaRoucheites think this guy is going to be on their side or he's going to be some kind of like non-interventionist, he's making this pitch because it's going to support the coming conflict with China. And in fact, if there is going to be a conflict with China, America actually does need to follow this path in an effort to completely not destroy their own way of life in the process.
But in reality, he's pushing the...
And it shows as well, Biden and the Democrats have pivoted to China. They've been extremely tough and hawkish on China. Pelosi visited Taiwan. Like they've ramped up the Democratic establishment after Trump ramped up the new Cold War policies against China. And has that got them any goodwill from the conservative movement? No, Trump is saying they're like Putin puppets, or they're President Xi puppets, and I'm going to get way tougher on them. So you see, this is completely bipartisan. You hear it from Ro Khanna, you hear it from these reactionary conservatives, and you hear it from Trump.
Same pro-China globalist agenda that ripped the industrial heart out of our country. It ripped us apart. Biden and the globalists support raising taxes on American production. They support more crippling regulations killing American jobs. They support skyrocketing domestic energy costs. And they support massive anti-American multinational agreements that send our wealth and factories overseas. Very simply, the Biden agenda taxes America to build up China. China is the big beneficiary. We cannot let that happen. And just a couple of years ago,
it's over, Donald.
China paid to the United States hundreds of billions of dollars, and no other president got 10 cents, legitimately 10 cents from China. My agenda will tax China to build up America. The heart of my vision is a sweeping pro-American overhaul of our tax and trade policy to move from the Biden system that punishes domestic producers and rewards outsourcers to a system that rewards domestic production and taxes foreign companies and those who export American jobs. They will be rewarded and rewarded greatly, and our country will benefit. To achieve this goal, we will phase in a system of universal baseline tariffs on most foreign products. On top of this, higher tariffs will increase incrementally depending on how much individual foreign countries devalue their currency. They devalue their currency to take advantage of the United States, and they subsidize their industries or otherwise engage in trade cheating.
All of Trump's allies in the conservative movement supported this
We had it
happily.
largely stopped, and it was going to be stopped completely within less than a year. As tariffs on foreign producers go up, taxes on American producers will go down and go down very substantially.
Why can't the U.S. just start building shit on their own and start competing on the free market? Who's preventing them from that? Because all these fucking capitalist monsters have got used to paying people in factories 10 cents a day or pennies per day. You know? Their manufacturing not coming back to the United States. You know, unless whatever in the name of like national security, whatever remains of the American labor movement or like worker protections are just completely dismantled, which is not a future that is, I think, off the table either. Yeah, we have a service economy now. No one's opened up a factory. We're going to pay people an actual living wage and health insurance and vacation time and shit. They've had 30, 40 years of this neoliberal global domination, which again, Trump and all his friends were more than happy to support when it was being enacted. Like, again, it's a dumb liberal. I say that all the time. Again. I don't know where I get that from. But like, it's a tired liberal argument, but whereas Trump's merch being made, is it being made in the United States? Of course it's not. It's been made in China. So that's what I mean. There's no putting this cap back on the toothpaste tube. Manufacturing is not coming back to the US. Unless some of these like titans of industry want to accept the idea of getting a pay cut. Do we think that's a possibility? I'm doubtful. I'm doubtful about this, personally.
That means a lot of jobs coming in. Not only will this system end our gaping trade deficits, and they are massive right now, and bring back millions of American jobs, it will also bring trillions and trillions of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury from foreign countries and allow us to invest that money in American workers, American families, and American communities. This plan will be the linchpin of a new strategic national manufacturing initiative that builds on my historic success in ending NAFTA, which was a tremendous thing, a tremendous achievement. Nobody thought it could be done. And we did USMCA, US, Mexico, Canada, and it was an incredible thing. But we're also
It was a terrible deal.
Other unfair trade deals, and we'll end them quickly. In addition, as a matter of both economic and national security, I will implement a bold series of reforms to completely eliminate dependence on China in all critical areas. We will revoke
They're doing
China's
this because
most favored
they're
nation
expecting.
trade status.
We've seen people in the military and the American military establishment speculating on this. They're expecting conflict with China this decade. You know, that's what this pivot is about. That's what this narrative shift is about. And as we're seeing, it's bipartisan. You're seeing the most progressive Democrats who have even tried to, in the past, stake out progressive foreign policy positions going right along with this. This is a fully bipartisan endeavor to shift this narrative, to pivot towards China. The pivot to Asia happened under Obama and Joe Biden. So there's no escaping this. Like you're going to have the Republican reactionary Trumpist version of this aggressive pivot towards being even more hostile towards China, or you'll have the progressive liberal version of it. And both of them in practice are going to play out very, I imagine, the same. Of course, the balloon stories were ridiculous. Like every single story that we read about the Chinese threat in our media is preposterous. We're seeing it in Canada. It's just taken the nation by storm right now.
And adopt a 4-year plan to phase out all Chinese imports of essential goods, everything from
The faces change, but the policy stays the same.
pharmaceuticals.
You know who said that as well?
Strong protections to ensure China cannot circumvent restrictions by passing goods through conduit countries.
You know who said
countries
that?
that don't make a product, but all of a sudden they're selling a lot of product. It comes right through China, right out of China, and right into our country. We will also adopt new rules to stop U.S. companies from pouring investments into China and to stop China from buying up America, allowing all of those investments that clearly serve American interests. We're not
I got a
going to
video,
allow
Blueberry.
bad things to happen to our country anymore, and we will eliminate federal contracts for any company that outsources to China. Biden will never get the job done. He is weak on China because the corrupt Biden family has received millions and millions of dollars from entities tied to the Chinese Communist Party. Everybody knows that. They try and hide it, and the fake news doesn't want to talk about it. Biden's pro-China economic program puts America last, and it's killing our country. My cutting-edge trade agenda will revitalize our economy by once again putting America first. And by the way, we'll get along very well with China. And you know what the reason is? They'll respect us again like they did just 2 years ago.
So the faces change, but the policies stay the same. And again, folks, I'm sorry. You don't have to hand it to him, you know? Putin bad, I agree. Sometimes, though, and I think we should point this out when it happens, Putin is literally just saying true things about the United States. You know. It's true. It is true. It is true. It's worth pointing that out. There's a number of great quotes about that, right? I think there was it from Castro? Or I can't even remember who initially said this, but there's that thing about like America, they tell us they got two parties, but with typical American, America too is a one-party state, but with typical American extravagance, they have two of them. Lenin said it, yeah. You saw Raul Castro say it at one point as well. Like it would be like if we could have two parties in Cuba and Fidel runs one party and I run the other one. Like people around the world understand that, you know, America has a fake democracy. Oh, thank you, Dimitri. This is good. Yeah.
Pero lo que más disfrutaba es cuando me decían que hablando de los derechos políticos, más disfrutaba es cuando me decían que hablando de los derechos políticos, en Cuba nada más hay un partido. Y yo contestaba, sí, igual que ustedes, tienen un solo partido. Y el americano contesta, no, nosotros tenemos dos. Y como si yo no lo supiera, me dicen sus nombres, demócratas y republicanos. Correcto, eso es correcto. Eso es igual que si en Cuba tuviéramos dos partidos, Fidel dirige uno y yo el otro.
Thank you, Irate Lump. Yeah, I could remember the quote, but I couldn't remember who said it. Thank you. Yeah, that's great. A couple more things I wanted to take a look at. Dimitri also sent this across, talking about the possibility of Trump winning the election. As I've said, like I don't see anyone, not Ron DeSantis or anyone else, challenging Trump. It's not going to happen. So here you have, and Fox is trying to build support for DeSantis, trying to move away from Trump. There's people in the conservative establishment that are desperate to move away from Trump, but it's just not going to happen. You have this Fox host. Fucking, what's this guy's name again? This guy has talked about me. It's not Gutfield. It's Brian. What's his name? Anyway, I can't remember. Visits Florida diner, asking who they prefer for 2024. They're trying to get a DeSantis. They're trying to get a DeSantis thing going on here. Brian Kilmeade, thank you, Onyx. Yes, Brian Kilmeade. Another fucking loser who talked about me on Fox a whole 5 years ago. This Brian Kilmeade sat down for a whole Rob Rousseau segment on Fox. And And they're trying to build support for DeSantis. And look how this segment goes. In Florida, they're in DeSantis. This should be DeSantis country.
Metro Diner here. I got a question for you. Ready? All right. 2024. Who's pumped up for the election? All right. Rapid fire. Who's your man? Who's your woman?
My man, Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Christie, no. Christie, no.
Who's your man?
Trump.
Or woman?
Trump.
Trump. A lot of Trump fans.
Trump and Nikki Haley.
And Nikki Haley.
Donald Trump and Nikki Haley.
All right, so far a lot of Donald Trump. I see Governor DeSantis. What about President DeSantis?
I like it.
Who's your pick?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. Trump or DeSantis? I'm neither or.
So you're right in the middle.
Yes, I am.
What you pumped up for?
I am super pumped.
I feel like we need a little bit of a break from election to election. It goes from one side, Lauren.
Even in the DeSantis church, he's like, I don't know. It's so obvious to everyone that Nikki Haley is running for VP. Trump and Nikki Haley, I feel, will probably win. I will certainly never count out Trump after 2016. I don't think it's a guarantee, it's going to be close. It's going to be close, but I think they have Trump has a very good chance of beating Biden. What is Biden going to run on? I don't know. Really? The student loan thing? Well, the Supreme Court is now talking about the student loan thing. The conservative movement owns the Supreme Court. There will be no student loan debt forgiveness, even though Biden could just do that in his unilaterally. All of that shit is going away. His Build Back Better framework did not pass. All these things, these like really transformative economic policies, like you got $35 insulin. Okay. That's going to be life-changing for a lot of people. That's not like a universal thing. And all those big, bold, economically transformative policies, the expanded COVID unemployment benefits, the child tax credit. This, as I talked about a couple of weeks ago, this changed millions of people's lives that had access to these kind of funds for the first time in sometimes their entire lives. We're able to get a little breathing room. All those people, no more checks, back to work. And then Biden brags about the job numbers going up, Eli Lilly already announced that they're going to do it themselves to head off the legislation so they can sue to stop it because it's moot. Yeah, I still think it's going to be close, Goth Angle Center. I do still think it's going to be close, but I think it's not going to be a super compelling case that the Biden administration is going to be making to people. And there's a very fired up, extremely reactionary movement. But you also saw them falter. You saw this reactionary movement falter around the midterms. I know the presidential election is going to be a different thing, but they talked a lot about trans people and this very genocidal rhetoric about trans people. They did all the normal fear mongering, all the shit talking about Biden being a Chinese communist agent. It didn't really work in the midterms. So I'm not going to say it's a guarantee that they're going to win in 24, but I do think they have a good chance of winning. The cost of living alone is atrocious right now. Never mind the culture wars. Well, that's the amazing thing, is that these conservatives are just so fucking vile that they can't even come together around this fake pro-worker reactionary agenda because they're just so fucking grotesque that They would rather lean on like genocidal eliminationist rhetoric around trans people or whatever other marginalized groups they latch onto. So I don't know. I don't want to sit around and guarantee that they're going to win or anything like that, but I do think it will be close, and I think that Trump and Nikki Haley, or Trump and DeSantis, if that was it came down to, would have a good chance of winning that election. I don't like this framing that not just losing terribly in the midterms is somehow a win for the incumbent party. The GOP still beat them in the midterm. Yes, but I think the way that people were predicting, including me, to be fair, were predicting like a completely predicting them getting completely demolished, which just didn't materialize. And in terms of Trump, a lot of the people that he supported and he predicted did not win either. So it was, even though the Democrats did lose the House, it was definitely a very different narrative than what some people were predicting. Hi, Margatron. What's up? So let me just see what I'm doing here, because I gotta do a podcast now. I gotta do a podcast in 4 minutes. So I'm wondering whether I should just say goodbye and then do the podcast, or if I should just do it live, do the podcast now, and then say goodbye after. If you don't have both houses, you can't do anything. Yeah, and that's why all the stuff they're saying, like we talked about in the State of the Union, Biden going like, now we're going to finish the job on this. Now we're going to finish. We got started. Now we're going to finish the job on that. We're going to make all these things permanent. We're going to bring back the child tax credit. They're not. They're not going to. They will not be doing any of that shit. Haven't you been recording the EPs more anyways? Yes, but we use a different sort of a program, a different like online podcasting program to do that. We will see. I just texted Jordan. We're going to see how things go. I'm going to make a decision sometime in the next 5 minutes about whether I'm going to end the stream or do some live podcasting. Oh, wow. And our friend Josh Schmaltz in the Discord, I just see, did find the five segment. Wow. Cool. Thank you, Josh Schmaltz, for finding that. I had never seen that before today. Amazing. I'll wait till the 5-year, I'll do a special 5-year anniversary stream of the MS-13 tweet, and we can look at that. We can look at that stuff in full. You know what? The final thing I should talk about, though. Do I have time for this? Do I really have time for this? I did just want to look at this. I guess this could be the last thing. There's really a couple more clips that I had in mind to play today, but oh well. Talk about a shifting narrative. I think there's less appetite for this, right? And this is why Americans are like, oh, no, thank you. When you have Zelensky out there saying like,
to send their sons and daughters exactly the same way as we are sending their sons and daughters to war, and they will have to fight because it's NATO that we're talking about, and they will be dying, God forbid, because it's a horrible thing. The U.S.
And yeah, so he's suggesting that. I think some people were framing that as Zelensky saying like, oh, Americans need to start coming to Ukraine. But what he's saying, which is still not good, is that like, of course, if we don't defeat Russia, this is what the narrative has been from like the Ukraine supporters over the last year. If we don't support them on this, if we allow Putin to retake this Donbass region, if we allow them to get away with this invasion, then he's going to move on to the rest of Europe. He's going to annex Poland or wherever else. And just like, I just don't believe that. They're going to go, he's saying like, or they're going to go into these NATO countries then. They're going to go past Ukraine and attack these NATO countries. And then it's going to be Americans coming to fight and die. And that's why you need to support Ukraine, until the last Ukrainian. But no, I don't think that that's going to happen. That's been and I think there's a lot less appetite for that viewpoint in Western media. He is indeed super rich and in the Panama Papers, yes. Yeah, the exact same domino theory justification. Well, and that's what the whole Putler thing is, right? If you believe that Putin is Hitler, then you have to support this nonstop quagmire. You have to support nothing except total Russian defeat. Because then, if you don't, just like Hitler when he was appeased, you don't want to be an appeaser. But that's exactly why it's been important rhetorically, from a propaganda perspective, to put this idea in these people's minds, the Putler idea, that this is a similar situation. But that's always been like a narrative, like a deliberate narrative that's been created for that reason. Okay. Also, he's been in office since 1999. I haven't heard about him being compared to Hitler until last year. Well, as I and others have been pointing out as well, it's like the whole reason that Putin is in power in the first place is due to Western intervention and Western imperialism. He's a monster that they created. To go back to what we were talking about originally, right? Whether it's MS-13, whether it's the Mujahideen, whether it's Putin, whether it's the whatever form these Ukrainian fascists end up taking, they're all monsters and enemies that were deliberately created by Western intervention and Western imperialism in the first place. He became an enemy after his 2007 Munich speech. Exactly, after he was rejected from joining our little special club that I've been talking about, right? Putin wanted to be they wanted to be part of NATO. He wanted to be part of the club, but because it was never about the Soviet Union, it was always about countering Russia, it wasn't enough, even when they backed us on this stuff. Even when they overthrew their own economic system at our behest. Okay, here's what we're going to do, folks. We are going to record a live podcast. We're going to record a live podcast over here. Let me just set up the scene here. And we're going to talk about CPAC. Let me just I got to set the stage here properly. I got to have this. I get this right here. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Here we go. CPAC, more like C-whack, if you ask me. Okay. I'm going to join this. This is going to be a little bit tricky to pull off. Okay, this may be a problem. Try with mic only. This may be a problem. Let me see if the mic doesn't work, then that is not going to work.
Nice. Just a couple stops. Actually, we should stop.
Hello. Hello, you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? Hello.
Hey.
We were just doxing ourselves.
Oh, nice. Good. Well, don't.
What's your address?
Yeah. We are live right now. So let's keep our spicy comments to ourselves here. We're pulling off a rare live podcast recording. Let me just set my scene here.
We don't get to see you though.
No, you have to use your another device to do that. Yeah. But I got you all set up here.
All right.
So nice to meet you, Brian.
Nice to meet you as well.
Sorry, I'm just a disembodied voice right now, I guess, but
yeah. I can't see you. Can they see us?
Yes.
Can they see me? Yeah. Okay.
Cool. We can see you, and we're going to try and pull off this rare live podcast. This will be fun.
Yeah. Works for me.
I'm just checking to see if there's any rapscallions or ne'er-do-wells in your chat so far.
There might be a few rapscallions.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't guarantee that there won't be.
All right.
So maybe a little tomfoolery.
Okay. We'll put an end to that.
Yeah. Make sure we get the
audio low. Says Onyx. It's always low.
It's always low. Yeah.
I can't change that. Sorry. You can edit it and post. Okay. Well, we can get started here in a second. Jordan's head does not match his voice. Wonderful. Thanks, guys.
Being very supportive. The whole community being very supportive right now.
Yeah. So I think what I told Brian was overall just kind of general vibes of CPAC, stuff from speeches that we all saw. The 2024 contenders are all there trying to jockey for space, and curious from Brian's perspective, the audience reception for everybody, for all the candidates or potential candidates. And also one thing I do want to talk about, I'm sure you saw in like the vendor hall or like the main hall, Brian, was just everyone's like scam. Everyone's got like some sort of like money making opportunity where it's like loosely tied to their politics, but it's like I didn't know Patriot Mobile was a thing until I heard it today. So like all of the different like new ventures that you saw in the things I'd love to get into once we get started.
Sure
I'm
thing.
sure you saw many. Cool. All right. I'm ready to record if you guys are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. And Brian, for your title, what are we, politics reporter, business insider? Or is it insider?
Politics reporter, insider, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot you guys dropped the business.
Yeah. I have to explain this to people every day, so.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to hit record. And it's Metzger, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, who's got small talk?
Oh man. I don't know. You got any vacation coming up? Do you have March break? Is that an American thing as well? You doing anything?
Get breaks?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking.
For context, Brian, Rob's Canadian, so he gets things like
Yes.
benefits, time off.
Right.
Actually, that is not correct, considering my main job is Twitch streamer. So
Sorry, let's leave the benefits out of it.
yeah. It would be nice to have benefits and time off, but I just have to figure that out. I have to ask Jeff Bezos for permission when I want to take time off, and he says no. Wear your diaper. Keep streaming.
March break.
What is that?
I don't know. It's just to get it's like, kids get a week off of school. Usually it's like a vacation time. So that's not a
spring break?
Yeah, spring break. Yeah.
Oh, schools do, yeah, but
Yeah.
I thought you meant like as adults, do we get?
Oh no, adults in Canada don't get like a week-long holiday out of nowhere. That would be nice. I would support that if that was a thing. But I just mean more that like there usually is a time around this time of year when there's some kind of breaky type thing going on. Usually, right? So no plans for you two then, I guess.
Not until May. I told you earlier in May I'm going to Tokyo.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's cool.
Not a spring break type thing. Like I'm not in school anymore, so. I also found, maybe you saw this as well, Brian. Was your spring break often filled with homework and papers while you were in school?
I think I managed to escape that, at least with spring break. I think Thanksgiving break was a break that was often full of a lot of work, and especially in college, I think I ended up doing a lot of work over Thanksgiving break because it was right near the end of the quarter and had to get everything done, and that was sort of a free time to do it all.
Yeah, that makes sense. Rob, what about you?
I am taking a couple days off. Right before, you'll remember, Jordan, like when we first started the podcast, I've been reminiscing about this the other day because we started the podcast and, it was covering covering at the beginning of the Democratic primary. And then during this week, 3 years ago, was Super Tuesday. And I took a little vacation with my family at that time, and I watched the Super Tuesday results roll in from this hotel from this place in upstate New York where we were staying, which was extremely depressing. I was looking at the other day my confident declarations prior to that about how I thought it was going to go versus what ended up actually happening. But other than that painful aspect, we had a really great time on this vacation. Prior to that, it was right as we were starting to get this trickling in of stories about COVID, especially in New York, and it was still a little kind of unclear at that time. It was really right before the dam broke on that. So it was literally like right before a lot of really bad stuff started to happen and our whole society kind of took this dark turn. And so actually in the next week, we're bringing our son back to this place, this like cool little spot in upstate New York. He's been bugging us to go for the last 3 years. Obviously we couldn't for a number of reasons. So this year we're like, okay, we're going to go back there. So we're kind of going back to where we were 3 years ago at this time, right before a whole lot of really bad shit started happening.
It sounds like the makings for a bad vacation, but
otherwise it was very nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that the start of COVID was 3 years ago.
It's hard to believe. Yeah, it's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah, and Super Tuesday was March 3rd, 2020. So that's exactly 3 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Well,
not a good night.
It's a perfect. I guess Brian, you're a perfect guest for this anniversary, and now that CPAC is happening, who better than Brian Metzger of Insider, politics reporter there, who's been covering CPAC. We're happy to have you. But before we get into our conversation with you, we have to ask you the same question we ask everybody. And we start all of our conversations off with a pretty hardball question, just so we know who we're dealing with. Now it's your turn, Brian. Brian Metzger, are you a gamer?
I would not say that I am. at least in the sort of typical understanding of it. I used to play Minecraft a lot.
That counts.
Especially, yeah. No, I mean not now. So it's like it's hard for me to say I'm a gamer now. But like when I was in middle school and I guess maybe early high school, I was a big Minecraft player. You know, really enjoyed the sort of world building aspect of it. It's funny every time I go home for the holidays or something like that. Even just a couple months ago, I end up sort of regressing and getting back into it. This is basically like a yearly occurrence, and you know it's a fun game. I mean it's great, but I try not to get sucked into it too much because I definitely spent too much time on it back then, and I find myself being annoyed at how complex the game has gotten because it used to be very simple. I don't know if you all play Minecraft ever, but
Well, first of all, I think we can grandfather you in.
Kid would play. Yeah.
All right.
I do play sometimes.
Yeah.
I enjoy that. It has gotten rather complex. My favorite thing about Minecraft was always just starting a new map, and that kind of first couple of nights when you go from having nothing at all to having a little place. There's this feeling of comfort that first night in Minecraft when you dig a little hole and have a single torch, and you're kind of like, you know, in this dirty little hole that you dug, and then how that over time turns into this cool like fortress. That's always really satisfying. Whenever I got to that point afterwards, I would kind of be like, oh, well, I don't see the point in this anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean, same here. It's like the early stages where you're really like down on your luck and you're trying to, you know, get diamonds, get iron, build some sort of farm to give yourself a steady stream of food. That's always kind of, the most mentally stimulating part of the game for me. And then once I've achieved like a certain degree of like comfort, I feel like I'm like, all right, well, I guess that's it. Like, I don't really know what else to do now. And I guess that's why they've added on all these sorts of aspects of the game that are sort of built around making it more of an adventure versus sort of just this kind of stable, flat thing. But I don't know. It's probably just like a sort of inertia thing where like I didn't play like that initially, and so it's hard for me to get into it now.
Sure. I've never played, but my understanding of it, and maybe I'm wrong, is that it's just you get in and you just do whatever. But I've also heard about people trying to beat it in a certain time. So is there a storyline or is there a mission component to this?
There's the whole stuff with the dragon and the nether world and all that shit. I never really messed around with that at all.
Yeah, over time they've built in these like storyline aspects to it where you can sort of level up in a certain way, or there's more sort of exploring to do.
Okay.
But I think, at least in its best form, it is just sort of like almost akin to like The Sims or something like that, where it's just sort of you kind of just do what you want. A lot of it is about like building houses and that kind of stuff. Obviously, a big thing, probably still. I mean, I haven't played on any servers, but it's like Minecraft servers where people come together and play the game on some sort of server that's built around. Gosh, I feel so old talking about this now because it's been so long since I've been on one. But the people do it multiplayer and they have fun with that as well. But it is kind of a solo game in a way.
Gotcha.
We got some gaming talk. That's good.
I think we someone said in your chat, Rob, once a gamer, always a gamer.
Yeah.
Or
we can grandfather you in.
Frame the question as, are you or have you ever been a gamer?
Any gamer associations, you must report them. It's like McCarthyism, but good.
Scare. We're here for it.
Yeah, that's right.
But Brian, you've been covering CPAC the past couple of days, and that's going on into the weekend. We got the big guy coming, I think tomorrow. Everyone's really hyped for that. We'll get into the Trump component in a bit, but I'm curious, just kind of general observations. What were the vibes at CPAC this year?
Well, the vibes are interesting, and I guess one initial caveat that I would have to add is that this is my first CPAC, so I'm not to date myself too much, but I'm 25. Like I kind of started covering politics just in the last couple of years, and
Yeah, me too.
in 2022, CPAC was in Florida and Texas, and it didn't really make sense for me to try to go all the way out to there. So this year it's in National Harbor, which is just a few miles south of DC. It's weird. It's basically like a Trump show. I think is the best way to describe it. It's sort of a loose collection of folks on the right flank of the party, definitely. I think that's a bit more pronounced this year from what I've heard and from what other people have reported than in the past. I mean, this is a conference that, as recently as just the last few years, like Mitch McConnell has spoken at it, and more mainstream Republican figures have spoken at the conference. This year, for a variety of factors, it's really, I think, been limited to kind of the Trumpy fringe of the party. And so notably, Mike Pence and Ron DeSantis have skipped it. They're not going. And it's not just, sort of the presidential contenders, but some of the bigger name Republicans on the Hill in general. I mean, think about people like Marco Rubio, Tim Scott, Josh Hawley. Like, none of them wins. And that was something I was asking them about earlier this week, because I'm usually a Hill reporter. And it was kind of funny talking to them about it, because I mean, Hawley was like, yeah, I'm not going. And I was like, is it because of these sexual assault allegations against Matt Schlapp, which I can get into a bit more as well? And he was like, I'll just leave it at, I'm not going. He didn't want to get into it. And I mean, Marco Rubio was like, when is it? So I think it's sort of faded in relevance. But walking around the conference center the last couple of days, I think one interesting barometer of where things are is just how different figures have been received. Some of the biggest sort of celebrities that get the biggest crowds outside of the main conference hall are people like Mike Lindell, Steve Bannon, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene was there earlier today. I'm trying to think who else would be a big draw for folks. I mean, Carrie Lake was there earlier, and I think she was getting mobbed. Sarah Palin was randomly there yesterday. She was there to promote an effort to repeal ranked choice voting in Alaska, because that was sort of a factor. Yeah, because she lost. Yeah, I spent some time. I actually wrote a story about it. I spent some time talking to. They have a whole booth set up, Alaskans for Honest Elections. Yeah, they're trying to spread the word about ranked choice voting. So it's strange. It's sort of this, fringy conference. I think it's diminished than it has been in recent years. But you get a lot of the sort of types that you might see at a political rally, like people who are decked out in their Trump gear. There was a guy walking around with a suit that, looked like a wall, like a brick wall. There were, just conservative students, like those types. It's kind of a dwindling crowd of people who, by and large, are sort of Trump fans, or maybe if they're not supporting him in 2024, at least like they like the guy. Like, you're not going to find anyone who deviates from that line at CPAC.
It's funny to hear about, Palin railing against ranked choice voting. That's one thing. America's such a deeply undemocratic country. That is really one thing that would maybe make it ever so slightly more democratic of a nation in terms of the ability to be able to like choose elected leaders that are more in line with their values. So it's no surprise that they're railing against that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I've obviously been there the last couple of days, and so there's two booths that are up for sort of anti-ranked choice voting groups. There's Alaskans for Honest Elections, and they're based in Alaska. They kind of flew out to CPAC to represent themselves. But there's another group called Stop RCV, and they are a group that's sort of, I think they're backed by Heritage Action and by another group called Save Our States, which is like their main thing is sort of defending the legitimacy of the Electoral College. So, I kind of approached them, and I was like, because I mean, obviously as a journalist, I can't get like too partisan with these things, but I feel like ranked choice voting is a decent system. I think it's kind of cool, like that you get to rank candidates instead of just choosing one. And so I approached them and I was like, what's your problem with ranked choice voting? Like, theoretically, you could imagine a scenario in which this is something that a Republican might benefit from, right? Like, what if you have, some sort of red district or red state where you had, two conservative candidates running against one Democratic candidate and they split the vote and the Democrat wins, right? Like, isn't that a scenario where, as a Republican, you would prefer to allow the conservatives to sort of rank each other so that can coalesce into one candidate ultimately? But it was interesting. I mean, they're sort of zeroing in on the fact that it's somewhat more complex than just like a straight up like I picked this person thing. Like the fact that people have to rank, maybe 5 choices, or I was talking to the Alaska guy and he was saying like, we had to rank 48 people. Like, that's not. I don't want to do that, and I almost agree with him. I was like, yeah, that sounds awful.
That sounds like a lot of people to rank. Yeah.
Maybe you have to be a bit more careful with who you're voting for, but still, it's like there's a principle in that, like, yeah, if the person you wanted first gets eliminated, at least you have like a shot at having a say. But they're zeroing in on the complexity of it, the fact that I think, to my knowledge, I mean, these systems certainly can be transparent. I'm not aware of sort of a lack of transparency there, but they're calling it sort of opaque because a lot of these tabulations of ranked choice voting happen by electronic machines rather than like a simple hand count. And the fact that it takes a lot of time, I think, is something they're zeroing in on. And the fact that, like, yeah, some people just rank one candidate, and so their ballot gets thrown out if that candidate gets eliminated, and they're saying that that's wrong. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's this has been sort of I think we're only going to see more of this sort of anti-ranked choice voting sentiment on the right. Kevin McCarthy recently sort of made some comments against it, and I think, as far as I can tell, it is just sort of a matter of convenience in a way, or like the fact that in recent history, ranked choice voting has mostly worked against Republicans, I think, is what's driving this. I mean, obviously, there's the example of Alaska, Lisa Murkowski being able to win there, Sarah Palin losing to Mary Peltola. But even in Maine in 2018, I believe it was, the incumbent Republican there initially won the most votes, and then Jared Golden, the Democrat, ended up winning when the votes were retabulated because they have ranked choice voting as well. So anyways, that was sort of a fun little detour that I was able to kind of nerd out on over the last couple of days, talking to people about election systems at CPAC.
Maybe one of the more substantive conversations that happens there. It seems to be, heavy on platitudes, stump speeches, a lot of I mean, you mentioned 2 of the more prominent election deniers were there and were received with great fanfare. But I'm also wondering, since you're talking about booths, before we get into some of the other figures you saw there, take us through every conference like this has a big main hall where all the exhibitors and vendors post up with their tables. What were some of the more interesting vendors that you saw this year, beyond just the standard, consulting groups, messaging firms, text to text services, that kind of stuff? What were some of the more interesting vendors?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, gosh, well, the first booth that I think I was really drawn to was like the log cabin Republicans, because and for those who don't know, they're sort of groups of gay Republicans. I've been fascinated by them for a long time. Believe it or not, so obviously George Santos has become kind of a household name for all of the lies that he's told, but before he was George Santos, the liar and the fraudster, he was a gay Republican. He was a gay GOP candidate who had secured the nomination and who was running in a somewhat competitive district in New York. And I actually almost traveled to New York to profile him. And then like back in October, and then like something came up and I couldn't end up doing it. And I'm now grateful that I didn't do that, because I think I would have looked silly. Cause I wasn't going to dig into him that much. Like I kind of took at face value. Like, I guess he's who he says he is. And what do people think about him? Right. Yeah. Right. I mean, it wasn't an investigative thing. I was kind of just like, what happens when a gay person runs in a GOP primary, or when they have the GOP nomination. But so I ended up chatting with them, and then there was another booth, kind of on that same theme, The Right Stuff, which is a right-wing dating app that I believe is funded by Peter Thiel. Like not, millions and millions of dollars, but like they have some seed funding from Peter Thiel, and they've, I think, struggled to recruit people. They sort of went viral maybe a month or two ago, because one of the prompts on their app is like January 6th was, and then you get to fill in the blank.
Best day of my life.
Yeah. I mean, it's already on its face kind of silly.
It's funny because they keep trying to make these like either conservative dating apps or conservative only social media sites take off. Lo and behold, it never seems to work out, because these people sign up to create a profile there, and they're like, I'm just surrounded by these deranged weirdos. What's going on with that? I don't know. It must be a coincidence. I don't know. I guess we'll have to move on from this.
Yeah. There's some sort of gender imbalance issue with The Right Stuff, and I forget honestly if it's like they have too many women on there or if they have too many guys on there. But in any case, like they're really, I think, struggling to recruit people, and that I ended up talking to them about that, because I kind of walked up and just said like, hey, how's it going? And a photographer who I know was standing there at the table, chatting with the CEO, who actually happens to be, his name is Johnny McEntee. He used to be Trump's bag man, and then he eventually became the head of the Office of Personnel Management in the Trump White House. And I guess, I don't know why they were chatting, but he kind of jokingly asked me like, are you going to sign up for the app? And I was like, well, I can't, because I'm gay, and like The Right Stuff does not allow same-sex pairings.
Which is interesting too, because you said Peter Thiel was a backer on it. Another gay Republican.
That's the thing. I mean, Peter Thiel's a backer, and I have joked about this several times before, but I said directly to the CEO, I was like, if anyone needs this app, it's gay Republicans. Like, these people, like the rest of their demographic hates them. Like they're all liberal. I mean, it's a rough time out there for them. If anyone needs like kind of a space where it's like a pre-selected, like everyone's conservative, like that would be it. And he's like, yeah, no, we've heard that a lot. Yeah.
Still no plans to do it, but yeah, we've heard about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that. There's stuff like that. The John Birch Society had a table this year, which was interesting. Jeez. And kind of went without any notation. I mean, I picked up some of their literature yesterday. I might have it somewhere here, but obviously they're famous for being this kind of hard right anti-communist group that I have my John Birch Society literature. Which, one of the first questions they ask is, how are we unique? Which is, I think, an interesting question to pose to people at CPAC, and was kind of the question that I have now, because I think they were seen as very radical back in the middle of the 20th century. But in many ways, the Republican Party has kind of caught up to where they are in terms of, small government and sort of this infusion of religion and so on and so forth. But apparently it was very controversial when they were listed as a sponsor of CPAC back in 2010, and then they were like booted the following year. And now they have a table there, and no one cares. There were some other exhibitors. There was I don't know, like as you mentioned, there was Patriot Mobile, which I wish I'd dig more into that, because I kind of just was like, there's a lot of like, oh, we're X thing, but we're conservative, these days, and
we're a tactical mobile service provider.
I don't really know. I don't know what their angle is, but I saw Jack Posobiec doing some sort of book signing there earlier today, and I think Lauren Boebert was supposed to be there at some point as well. So
The heavy hitters.
Yeah. Heavy hitters. So it was I think from what I hear, it was a smaller exhibition floor than in previous years. I guess the other one worth mentioning would be there was a group, an anti-China group, or it sort of purports to represent like dissidents from China, called the New Federal State of China. And there was a really good story from Will Bretterman at the Daily Beast that I should have refreshed myself on it, but I read it a while back. And this is a group that's funded by like a Chinese billionaire and associated with Steve Bannon. And, you know, they had people fanned out all over the conference, like handing out literature for their group. And
Any
they had
connection
a
to
whole
Falun
media
Gong?
booth upstairs set up. No, it wasn't Falun Gong. There was Falun Gong there.
Okay.
Yeah, the Epoch Times had like a media thing set up, of course.
All right.
But this is a separate thing.
Okay.
So, anyways, yeah, the good diversity of exhibitors.
Wide array. It's interesting. I did see footage, some footage from Don Jr.'s speech, which is amazing too, considering like how you pointed out how it's become such a Trumpy thing in general and how popular he is there. But I saw Don Jr.'s speech, seemed pretty low energy, seemed a pretty lackluster crowd, which is amazing too. Like how much of a failure can you be when it's like you're supposed to be your people, that's your audience, it's your family name that they love and that they're coming around, but he can't even seem to get the support of even the most hardcore Trumpist supporting conservatives. Big L for Don Jr., unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to see which speeches kind of had the most juice this year, because, I mean, Steve Bannon spoke earlier, I guess right before I left CPAC, and he really brought the house down, which I say with a touch of irony, but really, like, I mean, people were kind of going crazy over his speech, and he was going after Fox News and saying that, you know, they weren't covering Trump enough. Whenever Trump speaks, it's newsworthy. But at the same time, like, the auditorium was maybe half full. And I mean, I feel like an interesting bit of context that I should talk through here is the fact that Matt Schlapp, the chairman of the American Conservative Union, kind of the chief organizer of this conference, is currently the subject of a $9.4 million sexual assault lawsuit from a male Herschel Walker staffer. This was a story that was first broken by Roger Sollenberger at the Daily Beast, and since then, you know, a number of us have spoken with the accuser. I spoke with the accuser, I guess it was last month. And, you know, basically the accusation is that during a campaign stop in Georgia in October, Schlapp basically went out to drinks with the staffer. It sort of was this uncomfortable vibe. And then as the staffer was driving Schlapp back to his hotel, the staffer alleges that Schlapp essentially like groped his crotch. And it's been a bizarre kind of response to this. Schlapp has never really addressed this like himself kind of on camera. It's been through like these little statements or like statements from his lawyer. I believe they've responded via court filings as well, but like it hasn't really been directly addressed. But that whole situation, I think, has it's part of the reason why like the convention just isn't as well attended this year. And I think a lot of the big names are skipping out on it, you know, in part because it has just become this Trumpier thing over the years, and a lot of elements of the party are looking to move on from that. And so there's a sense that, you know, if you don't feel like you have to be there, then you don't go. And maybe you say that like it's because of the Schlapp thing. But the conference as a whole, like, I'm not sure if anyone really had like a super well attended speech, regardless or not of whether they had like a super riled up perception. from what they were saying.
Well, let's talk about some of the notable missing figures too. So Kevin McCarthy is not going to be there. He has been a prominent fixture over the past several years, but also notably Ron DeSantis is not there, and that's probably going to be one of the top contenders in 2024. But him and Trump are already beefing, and I want to
Meatball Ron
headline. Yeah, in response to the devastating Meatball Ron insult, Fox News reported a couple days ago, DeSantis fires back after Trump's pot shots as 2024 speculation swirls, it's silly season. So we've got crossfire. We're caught in the fray.
Boy.
It's silly season out here. I don't know if Ron DeSantis has the juice. I don't know how he's going to hold up to compared to something like Meatball Ron, but it's silly season cracked me up. But on a serious point, he's not there. So why is he not there if, this is where a lot of 2024 hopefuls go to just, see where the winds are blowing, see how they fare? Is it just that he wants to avoid Trump? Because like Rob mentioned earlier, Don Jr. spoke. I saw Laura Trump, Kimberly Guilfoyle. That was just today. The Trump family is very, very present throughout the entire schedule. Is this just a Trump event, or is Meatball Ron just kind of avoiding this whole thing for other reasons?
My suspicion, I mean, I haven't spoken directly to like DeSantis's people about this, but my feeling about this is that he feels like he doesn't have to go to this kind of thing, and so he's not going to bother. And it is, I mean, like, it is kind of the Trump show these days. Obviously, there were other competing presidential contenders there, namely Nikki Haley, Mike Pompeo, who hasn't officially announced what people expect him to, and Vivek Ramaswamy. And yeah, I think, DeSantis, in terms of the polling of the Republican primary so far, there's been a couple where he's pulled basically even with Trump. Otherwise, I think on the whole, he's a little bit behind. The sense that I get when it comes to DeSantis is that he's sort of trying to keep his powder dry for now, trying to sort of lower the sort of potential for clash between him and Trump. And I saw that same headline about like it's silly season, and I was like, what do you mean by this? I don't. Yeah, it's like, is he like kind of celebrating this? Like, it's silly season, y'all. Like, I don't really know what his
March break. He's fine.
I wish I had like audio of that.
We're getting silly in here.
Yeah.
Well, but that's the thing. It's like I think I get that impression as well, that he is kind of trying to stay above the fray like that. But I just think the way that Trump is kind of firing, just even the way that we're all automatically referring to him as Meatball Ron, that's already like an iconic Trump line that's already stuck. I do really get the sense, as much as like the conservative movement, I think, would love to move past Trump in terms of the elites, like in the conservative movement, and anoint someone like DeSantis, who is, will be just as adamant and forceful at enacting very reactionary, conservative, pro-business and regressive in terms of social justice and social policies views. I'm sure they would love that, but when it comes down to it, I think once you start to get more into this primary season and you see these people start to face off, I just feel like the moment Trump calls DeSantis Meatball Ron at a actual debate, it's going to be just no contest. Like, and as we've seen, like in the conservative movement, I was just watching this clip a few moments ago of Brian Kilmeade on Fox News going to this diner in Florida and doing like we're going to ask who supports who in the coming kind of struggle for the Republican nomination, and everyone in the entire diner was like Trump. They're all just repeatedly, even a woman in a Ron DeSantis shirt was like, yeah, probably Trump still. So as much as there's this narrative that's trying to form saying that like it's a possibility that DeSantis could take the nomination, I guess it is still technically a possibility. I really feel like once this actually gets rolling, it's going to be a similar case to what we saw with Trump in 2016, as he just walked over all these establishment-friendly candidates, no matter how much institutional support they had or how much media support they had. It's hard to see a different outcome taking place in this coming Republican primary.
Yeah, it's hard to say for sure. I think generally speaking, we are in kind of this weird space where Trump is starting to dip below 50% in some polls, and we're all kind of wondering, I think, like, well, how real is that? How permanent is that? To what extent is that just sort of um, the fact that, like, he hasn't been campaigning that much. Like, there isn't much of a campaign to speak of yet.
We saw in the
I think
midterms as
we'll
well,
get
as a lot
more
of the
of an answer
candidates
to
that he
as the year goes
supported
on.
didn't win in the midterms as well, and it looked like he was a little bit diminished then as well. Sorry to interrupt, Brian.
No, you're good. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's sort of the sense that, like, among a lot of segments of the party that maybe it's time to move on because he's been too much of a drag on the party. But I think the real question is, like, who is the alternative? Which, I mean, sounds sort of like a very banal statement to make about it, but, like, sure, you might be able to point out the flaws with Trump, but, like, who is able to really go head to head with him, and who's able to really establish themselves as, like, the alternative? And I think when it comes to someone like Ron DeSantis, I mean, he, in my view, I think exists as an idea for people. I mean, there's no question that in terms of, like, what he's done in Florida, and sort of the kind of media strategy that he has, and the way he's approached that position have positioned him well, in terms of making a case to voters. But at the same time, I think a lot of people just know the name Ron DeSantis and know that he won big in Florida and know that he's, like, doing conservative things in Florida. And yeah, they haven't yet been presented with, like, the visceral image of Trump and DeSantis standing together on the stage, and kind of going after one another. And there's a certain appeal that Trump has because he is kind of funny, and it's hard to really, like, insult Trump, because he'll just kind of wave it off. Whereas, yeah, I mean, with someone like Ron DeSantis, like, he's not very funny. He's kind of self-serious, and I think you might see a support dip just as sort of Ron DeSantis the person versus, like, the idea becomes more evident to people.
You've seen him even, like, try and take on Trump's mannerisms and everything, and it's just a pale imitation of the real thing,
Yeah, no, it's a strange. I mean, he's been doing this for a long time, right? I mean, he ran for governor in 2018, and a big way that he pulled ahead of the more establishment Republican candidate was by kind of going on Fox News a lot and embracing Trump and running that ad where he's talking about, like, build the wall, and has, like, his kid, like, with building blocks, and he's reading his kid, like, I don't know, The Art of the Deal, or I forget what Trump book it was, but he's been emulating Trump for a while. Yeah.
That's so pathetic. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Brian, I'm wondering, you mentioned a little bit about some of the speeches and there were sparse crowds. I saw a couple clips of, back of the room crowd shots, just 3/4 empty for some of these people. Are you expecting a bigger crowd tomorrow for when Trump actually shows up? It seems like people were hype, especially with that gold chocolate bar giveaway today that Don Jr. did.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you'll probably see, like, the biggest crowd. I'm still a little bit undecided on, like, whether or not I'll go. Just, like, in person, like, maybe I'll just have to watch it from home because, as much as I enjoy these things, and I do enjoy kind of seeing all this stuff in person and getting to see it up close, I am just, like, kind of tired from heading down there the last couple of days. But yeah, I mean, I think, like, he really is the main event of this CPAC, and I think that he's still the guy that's able to kind of serve up the red meat, and even if people don't really know exactly what he's talking about, that's what they're there for. That's kind of like the one through line that runs through all of it, and so I would expect that for sure.
Rob, do you have any questions on CPAC, or should we ask Brian a couple questions about the current state of Congress?
Yeah, I think we can move on from that. I'm definitely interested in seeing I guess I am definitely interested in seeing Trump's speech tomorrow. It's been the kind of question we've been asking ourselves since he announced his campaign. Does he still have it? Does he still have the sauce? Does he have the juice or the sauce, whatever analogy you want to use? We talked about the midterms, how he did seem kind of diminished. A lot of the candidates that he supported did not win. The big red wave that he was kind of hoping for and predicting didn't really materialize. So it's a question that a lot of us have been asking, but lately it has seemed like he has started to kind of build up this sort of sense of momentum again. You saw him rolling into East Palestine to the McDonald's in rare form. And you do see this possibility that he is going to be able to kind of turn on that Trump charm, such as it is, and fire things back up. So I am really interested to see whether he is able to still repeat that same kind of unlikely success that we saw in 2016. You know, I guess that's been a fascinating story and how that's going to affect things moving forward into the next actual election cycle.
Just sort of to that point. I mean, on some level, I think it was expected, but someone who spoke there earlier today was Nikki Haley, who is kind of the first major GOP figure to announce a challenge to Trump. And it was interesting because I was kind of hanging around outside the conference center as she was coming out after her speech, and she was standing there and taking photos with people, not answering questions from any of the reporters there. But people eventually noticed that she was there, and they immediately started doing like a Trump chant. They're chanting like Trump, Trump, Trump. And I think someone yelled at one point like traitor, like someone they were yelling like we want Trump, like granted, like I think obviously it's hard to extrapolate too much on just kind of one moment or one instance of like Trump fans like yelling at Nikki Haley, but like to me that sort of just captured the general atmosphere of like maybe they like her, fine. Certainly there were people that were interested in taking photos with her, but there was enough of a critical mass of Trump support that people felt comfortable just sort of shouting her down.
I mean, it's the same thing as DeSantis. Like, try to imagine Nikki Haley going toe to toe with Donald Trump in the way that Trump's been able to kind of manipulate the conservative movement. I just don't see someone like Nikki Haley ever really being able to appealing to the kind of crowd or the base that supports a Trump, or even someone like DeSantis. I do think Trump and Nikki Haley would probably be a pretty formidable ticket if that's what it ended up going in that direction. I don't know. I think that would probably be pretty close. I wouldn't want to make any prediction either way, whether that would be enough to, defeat Biden and the Democrats in the election. But I feel like that would be if that's the direction that it went, that would be a pretty formidable ticket for the Republicans.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of. I was talking to some people today who, I was like, "Hey, did you watch the Nikki Haley speech?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, no, I like her. She'd make a great vice president." That's sort of, I think the conversation about her is that like she's auditioning to be VP, and maybe she is, maybe she isn't. It's hard to get inside her head, but so far at least, she has, as they all are, strayed from trying to take Trump head on. She's talking a lot about generational change, and the need for a fresh face, and the fact that we haven't won the popular vote. Like these are all sort of implicit criticisms of Trump, but like nothing that's really like beyond the pale, or like that would sort of permanently sever the chances of her staying in that orbit.
Right. Well, Brian, I'm also curious, since you are a Capitol Hill reporter, if there's any, how the winds are blowing up there among Republicans. Kevin McCarthy's kind of tough to pin down on this kind of stuff. He's probably going to wait to throw the support behind whoever the nominee is, probably hedge his bets on this front. But of the other, prominent House Republicans, have you seen any surprising early signs or shows of support for anybody, not just Trump? And I'm curious, just generally, if you think there'll be a wave of support for somebody before the nominee's decided.
Yeah. Well, I mean, perhaps unsurprisingly, I think we have sort of a running endorsement tracker going, and Trump's support in Congress currently stands at 5 senators, all of whom are freshmen, to my understanding, and also Lindsey Graham. It's Lindsey Graham and like Eric Schmidt, J.D. Vance, Tommy Tuberville, Mark Wayne Mullen, I believe, is the fifth one. Basically, like Lindsey Graham and a bunch of freshmen who were able to win with Trump's support. So they sort of like owed him something in a way. And then in the House, it's maybe like in the 40s of people, which is kind of what I would expect. Aside from that, I mean, there are a number of folks who speak favorably about DeSantis. There was an interesting story, I think it was today, either today or yesterday, where Thomas Massey, who's kind of a libertarian type, he's one of these members of Congress that, whenever there's like some sort of non-controversial bill that's like 430 people voting for it and then like 3 people voting against it, like he's probably one of the 3. Like it's a pretty good kind of guess. Like, yeah, he's probably in there. He I think told Politico that he was a DeSantis guy now. And I think there are a number of other sort of folks who are conservative, but maybe not on like the Trumpy MAGA wing of the party, who I think would be interested at least in a DeSantis run. Unclear. It's hard to say if they would actually endorse him. Nikki Haley does have one backer in Congress. That would be Ralph Norman, who is he's a Freedom Caucus member, was a big Trump ally. He famously, these were texts revealed by Hunter Walker with a Talking Points memo. He just a few days before Biden's inauguration texted Mark Meadows that Trump has to invoke, quote, martial, like with an SH, martial law. And later on, like he was asked about it and he said like, yeah, I was frustrated. I was frustrated with what was going on with Dominion and all of that, but he's backing Haley now. So
Awesome.
they're friends going back to yeah. I mean, she, she's got that endorsement. She has the endorsement of I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name. It's one of those names that I've always like seen in print or maybe like written out but never said out loud, but like Don Bolduc in New Hampshire. He was one of these like election denying Senate candidates that didn't win. She has his support. So she's running an interesting campaign, really, where like she kind of has this like moderate-ish appeal, but then is getting these interesting endorsements. And I think, I mean, she's at CPAC, right, when a lot of other people aren't. Like she's trying to court that wing of the party. But I think most people are trying to keep their powder dry. I think, aside from those 5 Republican senators, basically everyone is like, we'll see. And there's plenty of Republican senators who will basically just say like, yeah, Trump had a shot. Like, we don't want Trump. Which is, I think, a bit of a difference from the House, where that's a little bit harder because, you got a primary every 2 years.
Right. Rob, do you have anything else?
Well, one thing I'm wondering is, the State of the Union was a couple weeks ago now, and we had a lot of talk from Biden, touting the accomplishments of the first couple years of the administration, and then saying like, now that we got this new Congress, we got this new situation, now we got to finish the job on all these things that we started, and we're going to bring back the child tax credit, and kind of promising to like finish the job and all these things they're working on. So, do you think there's any appetite in the House to compromise with Democrats? I can't say without laughing. To compromise with the Democrats on some common sense, bipartisan solutions that are going to benefit people in the United States? Or do you think that was maybe a little bit of a reach from Biden suggesting that was a possibility?
Yeah, I think that's just messaging from Biden. It's interesting because I have personally not covered divided government before. I mean, I've obviously seen it. I've been aware of it before, but it's interesting to go from like, you're covering unified Democratic control of Congress and, like, will this bill potentially pass like both the House and the Senate, to like going to the situation where it's like, oh, like nothing is going between these chambers except 2 different things. One is, gosh, I shouldn't have brought it up because I'm going to have a hard time explaining it. But this is something about the ESG rules. This it has to do with the new Department of Labor rule concerning ESG investing. I think that's about as specific as I can get with it in terms of how much I've looked into it. But it's something that passed the Republican House and recently passed the Senate as well because they were able to peel off Joe Manchin and John Tester. This was basically via something called the Congressional Review Act, which allows Congress to sort of weigh in on different administrative changes that may be made in the executive government or in the executive branch. So that passed both houses. Biden's going to veto it, but it managed to get through both chambers. And then more controversially, there was a measure that was originally sponsored by Representative Andy Clyde of Georgia that essentially is a resolution of disapproval against a recent overhaul of DC's criminal code. And this just kind of happened yesterday where it passed the House and maybe 20 some Democrats voted for it. Kind of, more maybe moderate conservative types who want to sound like they're tough on crime. There's the most controversial aspect of the overhaul of DC's criminal code is the fact that the sentence for carjacking has been lowered, I think, from 40 years to 24 years. If you look at data from the DC Sentencing Commission, the median sentence for carjacking has been 15 years. And so you're already talking about a number of years that is far beyond what people get anyway. This was kind of it was in a similar place as the ESG thing where it was like, okay, well, Manchin and Tester, they're up in 2024. Like, how are they going to vote on this? And then Biden said during a Senate Democratic caucus lunch yesterday that he wouldn't veto it. And so now there's a lot of anger in DC about the fact that Biden has sort of undermined his position in favor of DC home rule and DC statehood by essentially signing off on Congress blocking this overhaul of DC's criminal code.
He had that great tweet was like, of course I support DC statehood, but in this case, no, not as much. No.
Yeah. And it's like, I mean, on some level, the politics makes sense in a way because you want to sort of protect against soft on crime attacks or whatever. But I mean, as I just kind of laid out, the changes to DC's criminal code, I think, are fairly explainable and aren't that crazy. And it's, there's a number of House Democrats that voted against this. They're now going to get hit on that after Biden kind of hung them out to dry. So he's pissed a lot of people off and probably hasn't satisfied a ton of people either.
I'm sure he's going to get credit from the right for not being soft on crime. Yeah, taking it down to 24 years for carjacking, that's basically the purge. So, they got to watch out for that.
Yeah, 24 years is a long time
for
carjacking.
It is.
Ridiculous. We absolutely need DC statehood. It's absurd. We have 750 or 770,000 people living there with a member of the House who doesn't really get a vote. She's just kind of symbolic, and no senators, as Congress just decides what these people's laws can or can't be, despite them all voting for members of the council who decided this. It's ridiculous. And that's a really tame adjustment, especially considering how people are sentenced already for this crime. 40 years is absurd. I mean, still probably nobody's going to even get 40 years unless it's something especially heinous where there's also a double homicide or something involved with the carjacking. But just a simple carjacking is never going to get 40 years to begin with. So it's absurd that they would even do this. And again, to your point, it undermines his position on statehood and home rule, which they absolutely should have. They deserve it. Everyone deserves it here. Everyone deserves the right to decide on who sets the the agenda and the laws in their own city or town or state, and in this case, district. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's something that I think, I think we basically arrived at a place where basically every Democrat is in favor of DC statehood, but beyond just saying like I'm in favor of DC statehood, like it's something where there isn't enough sort of message discipline for Democrats around that, where they know how to kind of push back. Like there hasn't been a ton of like real pushback against kind of the Republican messaging on this. I mean, McConnell came out swinging on this earlier this week, where he said like, it's like DC belongs to the American people, I think was his line or something like that. And that was kind of argument against DC statehood and home rule and that kind of thing. And, I guess that's an argument, but it seems like a relatively easy one to rebut if you don't agree with it. So.
Rob, you good? I think we're good.
I think we're good.
Cool. Well,
Thank you, Brian.
Metzger, thank you so much for joining us. Where can people follow you and find more of your work?
For sure. Well, you can follow me on Twitter at MetzGov. That's METZGOV. It's an old Twitter handle that I never really bothered to change, so I guess I'm stuck with it now. And I'm a reporter for Insider. I guess you can just go to like businessinsider.com/Brian Metzger. I believe that would be the right URL. Or just Google me, Brian Metzger Insider, and you can find my work there.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. This was a lot of fun.
Okay. Don't hang up. I gotta make sure your file uploaded.
For sure.
So no longer recording, but still live, so we don't have any... I know Brian was firing off all kinds of cancel-worthy takes prior to the mics getting turned on, so we don't want to get anyone in trouble.
Yeah.
Came in hot.
Shooting from the hip.
Yeah.
It looks like
so where in Canada are you?
I'm in Montreal.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to go to Montreal for a while, but haven't found the time or...
That's fair. Like you're saying, not a lot of vacation time down in the good old US of A. But highly recommend.
I could go on a
wonderful
long weekend.
Place.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I tell
Would
the people
you recommend,
to people that are close.
Okay.
I mean, Europe is very far away, but you can in Montreal get a little bit of taste of that. It's kind of a very unique place in North America. Very different from elsewhere in Canada, and definitely worth checking out. Absolutely. Wonderful food city. Lots of cool stuff to do. I'd wait till the weather's a little bit nicer though. It's not nice right now to come. I wouldn't recommend coming right now.
Well, I was going to ask, because we were sort of thinking like, oh, well, maybe President's Day weekend, but yeah, we kind of decided against it in part because we're like, it's probably just fucking cold up there. But
yes,
when would be a good time of year to visit?
Anytime, pretty much after like May, between May and September, October, wonderful. Yeah. Anytime after that, it's just a wasteland, which I would not recommend. That's the dichotomy of living up here.
Right.
But definitely in the summer, wonderful. Amazing food, great vibes, different culture, lots of great music, and fantastic place to come visit. So I definitely recommend it.
Well, cool. Yeah, I'll have to make the trip at some point.
Cool. It looks like you're all uploaded, Brian. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Appreciate you, reaching out to me.
Of course. All right, have fun tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see if I go, but
you should go down, Brian. Come on, it's history. That's history. Understand? You got to do it.
So Brian, that is such a pain in the ass trip to go from DC to National Harbor. National Harbor is not in DC.
It's not
so
close.
Fucking far. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the last couple of days I've been like, I've had to take like the red line to the blue line, and then I've been picked up by a colleague who then like drives me the last like 3 miles down to. So I'm just I'm good. I saw it,
Yeah, it's so out of the way. If it was at like the Washington Hilton, or even like the DC Convention Center, that would make sense. But then like National Harbor is such a pain in the ass to get to. The only thing worth going over there for is the casino.
Oh yeah, I haven't been there, but we've driven past it, and it looks very grand.
If you want to gamble, that's where you go, and
That's where you do it.
Close to DC, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, again, thanks so much for having me.
Cool. Thanks, Brian.
Take care, Brian.
All right. See ya.
Okay.
All right.
That's fun.
Now that he's gone.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to do a quick intro?
Yeah. Let's do that. Then I gotta wrap it up here. Wrap it up for the weekend.
See my screen moving on your screen. This is cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Expert live broadcaster over here.
All right. What should we talk about?
I don't know. I used all my vacation material.
That was a solid 15. Yeah.
Yeah, I used all that. I don't know. What do you got? Welcome into this exciting look at Jordan and I's creative process into this. It's like, I don't know. What do you want to? I don't know.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to think what was in the news this week that was like not depressing.
It's like I literally just sit around all day and talk about this, and then when it comes down to it, I'm like, I don't know. I don't remember. We could do something about Havana syndrome. Well, you mentioned that.
Oh fuck yeah, we were gonna talk about that this episode.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, we could do that.
Okay.
Do that?
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, should we? Do we have to return our checks?
Yeah, something like that. I'm gonna see what the status is of my claim.
All right. Let me hit record.
Hey Jordan, how are you doing? How's it going?
You've been better. What's up?
Same, very much same. It's been a couple of days since I was in touch with you. There's been some major news that's came out over the last couple of days, and as you remember, when I did that U.S. Embassy tour a year or so ago, I was staying in Havana. I took a trip up to, I was in Vienna for a little while. I was in Moscow, Beijing, of course, traveling all across in unrelated activities, purely as a tourist, purely in like a tourist visitation.
Just a photography trip. Yeah.
Exactly. I just like to go and experience these other cultures. And a number of times when I was staying there, woke up, I was hearing this loud, oppressive sound. It kind of reminded me of maybe like cicadas, kind of that, but way worse though. And like it was absolutely some kind of microwave energy blast. Like I just felt like I was getting hit with one of these microwave energy blasts. I felt nauseous. I had a headache. I was losing sleep. And I was really thrilled that the Biden administration started taking this seriously, the claims of myself and a number of other important diplomats and nationals, Canadian and American, about these claims, about these attacks, these sonic attacks that we underwent in these situations.
Yeah.
I did see the other day, though, a major news story dropped about how these intelligence agencies have now starting to claim that this was not, in fact, a directed energy microwave weapon being wielded by the Russians or the Chinese or the Cubans. And now I'm just trying to reach someone from the Biden administration because I wanted to know what the status is of my claim, because I was kind of counting on some of those funds coming in. I've got medical expenses and some other unrelated expenses as well that I was hoping that I could get some help with. And now I'm not sure how that's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, I just filled out the questionnaire, and I was really banking on, that like $200,000. From my Havana syndrome claim, because look, dude, McLaren is my dream car, and I thought this would be the opportunity where I could finally get one. So
I know that would make you feel better from all the different physical ailments that you have.
My doctor said that my stomach aches would be cured if I had a McLaren.
Yeah.
And now we got stabbed in the back by the intel community.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. I'm happy to know, I did see Ned Price and the Blinken kind of going there and saying like they still believe that the people are sick and these things have been happening. We just we don't know where it's coming from. So I hope they're still gonna, regardless of whatever news stories are coming out with this, I hope they still keep the victims of this horrendous attack in their thoughts. I hope they see us and hear us and continue to support these claims that are being made.
Yeah. It was the FBI, or I think maybe the CIA statement. It's like, this in no way undercuts the lived experiences of the agents. It's just like they're still trying to insist this happened, but as people, including ourselves and many other skeptics over the past year or so, as this has been framed as a very serious national security risk, as a lot of critics have pointed out, all of these symptoms could be a wide variety of things. And of course, we were of the many who saw through this line that this was a foreign adversary levying these quote attacks on these agents. But one thing that's really frustrating is that Congress, in a bipartisan manner, rushed to give funding to all of these people who were saying this was something that was happening to them without waiting for final determination. And meanwhile, you had a bunch of national security reporters and stenographers ultimately for the intel community publishing stories like, there are so many cases of Havana syndrome that Walter Reed Hospital is overflowing, and now they have to go to other hospitals. Immediately, that should signal, especially during COVID, that should signal to people that your bullshit detector should go off. And here we are. The intel community says, okay, this is not what we said it was. Something's happening. Not what we said it was. Again, this is happening during COVID, but all these people got huge payouts from the government. And when in any other circumstance would an average person get a payout? These are like six-figure payouts from the government. What no working person, no honest working person would ever get something like that from the government.
No, we're not going to talk about the people that are being poisoned in East Palestine right now. I don't think they're going to be getting any six-figure payouts from anybody for whatever horrible consequences they have to live through because of the chemical spill there. It's really strange. It's like I've been looking back at some of the footage from this on mainstream media, and it's really stunning. Like the way that we correctly and rightfully point to people like Alex Jones and the completely wacky things that they say, and we lump them into this category of just like deranged conspiracy theorists. And again, a lot of that is that's an accurate description of the kind of stuff that he talks about. But when it came to this, you see, I think, the paper thin differentiation between what you see on mainstream media and these wacky conspiracy theories. Like there is a numerous, every single establishment media element got involved in this story. There's the New York Times did a little documentary on it, and NBC News, CNN. This is a big coordinated media push. There's so much stuff about this, and it's literally these mainstream media reporters sitting there completely straight-faced saying there's some believe this is a directed energy microwave weapon attack from America's enemies, just completely wacky science fiction stuff. Which was just being presented that a lot of people, I think, believed was real because it's being presented uncritically on mainstream media. And even the flimsy, the way that they were able to make these claims with zero evidence actually supporting that, but because you'd have maybe one scientist or one professor going on the record being like, yeah, I suppose that's a possibility. And then it creates this media narrative where some scientists believe that. There was never, ever any evidence at all to prove that. There's no evidence that any of this technology even exists. And it's just really amazing that there's been this concerted push, going back years. And every couple of years, every little while, the cycle would build back up again. But there's been a huge mainstream media push to uncritically promote this story. And I think it was shocking when it was going on, but even more shocking when you look back on retrospect, given the fact that the intelligence community seems to be admitting that there's nothing to that aspect of the story.
Yeah. It's absolute bullshit. I'm glad it was finally debunked, but it isn't going to stop them from trying to push some other angle, like that you saw in their comments. Like they still insist something happened, but now it's just not the stummy ache gun.
yeah. The headache ray. The headache ray. Yeah, and obviously, like, the whole thing where, regardless of the way that they've walked the story back, there's still, I'm sure, a sizable number of people who are plugged into the cable news world who will just now, for the rest of their lives, believe that Russia or Cuba or Korea or China do have a microwave headache gun. And the fact that they've walked back this story, or they've tried to pump the brakes on it, is not going to really impact their fervent belief that this is a very real thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well.
Yeah. Great stuff.
Speaking of more bullshit, we have a good conversation coming up
Yes.
with Brian Metzger of Insider about CPAC. But before we get into that, I want to remind folks that we had a great conversation with Nikki McCann Ramirez of Rolling Stone earlier this week for subscribers, where we talked about the Dominion lawsuit against Fox and all of the revelations coming out of that through depositions, through findings and discovery, and documents being published showing emails, texts, public, acknowledgement among Fox hosts and executives that they were lying to their audience, and even Rupert Murdoch in his deposition admitting they were lying to their audience about the outcome of the 2020 election. And beyond just, yes, Fox News lies, we've known that for years. We had a really good conversation about the ways Fox influences our society and our politics, and not just misleading viewers. Also getting into the granular details of how they really are kingmakers in the Republican Party. I loved it, and you can get it at theinsurgents.substack.com for just $5 a month. You get access to that episode and every other paid episode that we've done. Become a paid intern of the show. Continue supporting it. We really appreciate those of you who have already subscribed. I had a ton of fun talking to Nikki. What about you, Rob?
Yeah, that was very good. I mean, I think I'm always interested in talking about the extremely pernicious influence that, Fox and conservative media in general has had on American culture. But, considering we're all kind of living in different variations of American culture because it's been exported around the world, has had these wide-ranging, horrific impacts on the entire world, this kind of conservative media ecosystem. That was a great conversation. We also, as you mentioned, have insider reporter Brian Metzger coming out to talk about CPAC, which seemed like quite a wild ride as well. Very interested to hear about his experiences there and all the various sects and different interests that are represented down in CPAC. That was great stuff. So what do you want to get to the interview with Brian? You want to get the show on the road here?
Yeah, let's do it. It's silly season, baby.
It's silly season. It's hashtag silly season on the Insurgents podcast. And our interview with Brian Metzger is going to be... No, sorry. It's silly season here on the Insurgents podcast. And Brian Metzger will be joining us right after this. Nailed it.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Just getting a little too
crushed
silly
it.
too early.
Yeah, exactly. Silly season started early this year.
That's such a funny line. That's such a funny line.
Yeah. Silly season. Okay, there we go. A podcast done. Good.
All complete. All right, I'll send you these files.
Okay, thanks, Jordan.
Yep.
I'll be in touch. I'll talk to you soon.
See ya. Bye, chat.
Okay. That was the Insurgents podcast with Jordan Ewell, everybody. We did it. We made it. We made it through. Silly season has officially begun. First try. That's right. Absolutely crushed it. So I got 10 more minutes This is one of the longer streams that I've done in a while. I'm just going to get a beverage. I'll get a beverage. I'll come back. We'll say goodbye. How about that? It's a late night stream for the final episode of TRRS. The final episode for 1 week. It's the last episode for 1 week. And that means it's your last chance for 1 week to subscribe to TRRS and help support this content. I'm missing a few days, so if you feel like generously subsidizing that, that is something that I support. 1 second, I'm just going to get a beverage. I'll come back and we'll finish up here. I enjoy the night streams as well. As well. It's a bit of a different vibe. The late night smoky studio vibe. Chin chin, everyone.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Sam, thank you. Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sam. Rob After Dark. Rob After Dark. You know him, you love him. That's when I'm really no holds barred. What's the beverage? I got an orange bubbly. I didn't really eat dinner. I think I do have some Pizza Hut waiting for me when I'm finished here. So I think I'm going to have some Pizza Hut in a little while. I'm a little bit tempted to eat a donut. Right now. I got some leftover donuts from this morning. Does Chad, do you have any interest in seeing me eat a donut? Is that something that you might be interested in? Do you think I should I or should I not eat a donut right now? No, it's not a Timbit. Tip $10 to watch this man eat a donut. How about at 40 subs, I will eat a donut on camera. Okay? I would love to parasocially enjoy Rob eating a donut. I mean, that's possible. It's on the table. Whether or not I eat a donut is up to you, chat. It's up to you. I tried to tie it to an incentive. It doesn't seem like there's any that's backfiring. People are like, I want to see you eat a donut, but like maybe not that much. Maybe not that much. This is fun though, coming up on 4 hours of the stream. One of the longer ones. It's my last one for a little while. One of the longer streams. At that point, it's almost suspicious. Well, I tried to take the hype that I was building and translate that into me materially gaining, Sean, but it's completely backfired. It backfired in humiliating fashion. Well, guess what? Now I'm not going to eat one. I'll save it for tomorrow and I'll have it with my coffee. How about that? And you don't get to see it. You don't get to see it, chat. I don't want you to see it anyways. I was just joking anyways when I made the offer.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Fart Party 69. You kind of worked yourself into a shoot there. Fart Party 69. You created a self-fulfilling prophecy that then you had to step in. But I do really appreciate it. To one of our most valued community members, Fart Party 69. Okay. You wanted it. You got it. I had one of those as well, Sean. I went with this one. I thought it was better aesthetically for the stream. Okay. I tried to make Fart Party. I tried to make that worth it. Okay. I tried to make that worth it. I hope it was worth it. Wearing headphones and it's crunching inside my brain. Thanks very much for watching this stream, everyone. Thank you. And thank you everyone who's able to support the show and who supports the work that I do, the content that I do here on twitch.tv. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Put on my goodbye music now. As soon as this runs out, just one moment. Yes, it's that time again. Time to say goodbye. Time to say goodbye, folks. Again, it's not goodbye, it's see you later. Okay? I will not be back on Monday, or Tuesday, or Wednesday. I may be back on Thursday, either Thursday or next Friday. I will come back. I'm going to come back and try and do like a more of a marathon to try and get back on track here, because as I mentioned, Twitch doesn't exactly make it easy to take time off from doing this. So I'll try to come back in a week's time with some serious marathon TRRS action. I hope you all have a nice week and a nice coming weekend. And it's Friday evening. I hope you have an enjoyable Friday evening. I have certainly enjoyed spending time with you all here. I saw Famous Horse just popped up live. Just missed the raid. Apologies to Horse. Would have raided, but I already have a raid ongoing. On that front, please say hello to our friend Doc Hollywood. We love the Doc, official medical doctor of TRRS. See you folks in a week. Goodbye. Good luck. Peace.